Hello, 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 listening audience, and welcome to part 2 of the grand finale of the Overblot Incidents, that being the Shadow Puppeteer's grand finale. Yes, that is right, I have finally, for once in my life, done a two-parter instead of a campaign that goes nowhere or a very rushed one-shot. I'm so proud of me. Anyway, we are back at it again. Last session, we absolutely kicked the ass of a construct and of a terrible, terrible old man. Applause all around to our lovely, lovely cast members. Speaking of whom,
Yay.
thank you. Lovely, lovely cast members. Top to bottom, please introduce yourselves.
Hi, I'm Candlestick, and today I'm at the top of the order because there was less shenanigans. Less, not none.
At least no
Uh,
name-based shenanigans.
yeah. And yeah, today I will be again playing Dr. Crystal Earlight, who, yeah, got to help beat up a bird.
Oh, it makes me. Hi, folks, it's me, Comet, and I'll be playing Vietnamese Shannon. She did something cool, and she's proud of herself.
She did so good, and we are so proud of her.
We really are. She was the one that broke the mask, so...
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hello, I am Oatmeal, and today I will be playing the professor, and he continues to be so ready to keep doing this thing.
Hello, I am Fletch, and I'm going to be playing everyone's favorite little baby detective, because there are no other baby detectives, Camille Christie, who is doing a little bit more normal now that he knows that his friend is most likely gonna pull through. Is fine.
Woo! Hello, hello, everyone. I am Noodle or Pasta or Udon or whichever variation thereof y'all are feeling like today. And I am bringing back a bird who is still out here having a normal one. I am not fully awake yet, so we're going to have some fun with this. It's great. We're fine. Juby's fine. He's fine. He's good.
Hi, I'm Spec or Spectral Haunts, and I'm going to be playing one private investigator, Grim Tome. I don't really have a funny intro this time. I'm just here, man.
We'd love to see it.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I am just saving one last image. Why are you still... A pox on whoever created the WebP image type. Dear God.
For real.
No.
Finale. Okay. So. Bloop, 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 bloop. Words. Last time we were here, apologies to anybody who is weirded out by my voice being different on recording. By the way, I fell asleep and woke up right in time for game. By which I mean, shout out to my dear brother Hex who woke me up. We love you, Hex. Anyway, last we left off, y'all had just
Opened
sorry.
up the coffin door, I think.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
We left off right as you guys had went through the big spooky coffin door. Very brave of you. You went in there, you went in the dark. And there's sort of that weird shimmery feeling that comes with transitioning between any spaces in Inkspace. And on the other side, you find yourselves in a place that two of you have been before, only because you've been here before. But
Yeah.
here's the weird thing. You don't start out in the entry hall the way you did before.
Hmm.
Or rather, as it's labeled on the map, the exit hall. You start out instead in front of a pair of double doors, which you hear a rattling behind you as those double doors become immediately bound by seemingly hundreds of crisscrossing chains.
Ugh.
Well,
That's new. Don't like that.
Question. For our
Yes?
dear DM.
Mhm.
Oh.
I'm not using the baby voice, dear.
I'm so used to your Arsene voice when we're in ink space. It throws me a bit off, okay?
No, he's baby this time.
Yeah.
But question
He's
for
just
our
baby.
dearest DM.
Answer for our dear friend.
Would is it like the same, a similar sort of difference for Camille, or like has he seen this place before, or is it new to him as well?
Oh, yes, Camille, you actually have seen this place. You have seen it not only in this condition, but you have seen it become this condition. And by this condition, I mean, rolling forward, in front of you is the lounge of Ramshackle Dorm. It is dark. It is dusty. Gone are the trappings of a gilded cage, replaced now by the intricacies of a haunted house. Cobwebs cling heavy, the old wooden chandelier has crashed to the floor. The windows are boarded up while the walls warp and stain, with stains and damage from pitch-black water that seeps through the ceiling. Wind howls down the chimney and comes screaming out the gaping maw of the empty fireplace. Furniture is broken and shredded, overturned and scattered in pieces around the room, and there are countless empty frames on the walls, where instead of the photos they once held, there's now only broken and dirty glass.
No. No,
Yeah.
this is all wrong.
What do you
Uh,
mean?
What do you mean? Was it?
It didn't look like this.
It
Well-
looked nicer.
It, when I came here, it did resemble this a bit more. Does it look worse than the last time Camille saw it?
Significantly, yes.
Yeah. So that said, it wasn't this bad, so I think it's been degrading over time.
Makes sense.
All the photos are gone.
Tone moves to place the hand on Juby's shoulder.
Yeah.
No, you go first.
Okay. I was gonna say he looks very concerned and worried. And his gaze obviously goes towards the hallway that they went down that had more familiar photos, as opposed to this area where there were pictures of stuff that he didn't recognize.
Do you need a moment, Juvie?
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Let us know if that changes.
Can do.
Real quick, can I have y'all roll me a Percepi?
Yes, of course.
Sure.
Tome, I swear the fuck if you give me low rolls today, we're gonna throw hands. I'm just saying right now. Okay, thank you for getting your shit together, Tome.
My boy.
Really?
8,
Juby, darling,
15,
you need to.
28, 25.
Juby needs to clean his damn glasses.
I think Juby and Crystal.
29!
Yeah.
Nice.
All right.
That was a nat one.
Oof.
Oh!
Hey, gossip buddies, don't see shit.
My mouth.
Gossip buddies see nothing, Jon Snow.
I'm switching dice.
Fair.
If that isn't the player mood.
But okay, so Camille, Tome, and Minami are 3 detectives. You guys get to see something interesting. Yay! Interesting things. Because it's really dark in here, it's kind of hard to see shit. But you notice at the far end of the room here on the ground floor, there seems to be some sort of study area. Or at least what may once have been one, with a half-collapsed desk covered in notes, a bookshelf knocked over and spilling books on the floor, and a heavy concentration of that warping from the ink leaking in from the outside.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
And
All
you
right.
guys are welcome to wander and look around.
All right. Camille knows exactly where he wants to try and go.
Mm-hmm.
Because he does know where Yura is, or at least he believes he does, based off of his previous little escapades. And why? Since it's all anyone's going to be focusing on, may as well try that avenue first. So the study is noted as he sort of gets his bearings and is just, I, provided things haven't changed too much, I think I might know where Yura is.
In his bedroom, I'm guessing.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which would that be upstairs then?
Yeah, it's
A
upstairs.
nod.
Oh, and I did
Oh.
forget to describe the stairs. Immediately to the left of the entrance where you guys are standing is a staircase which leads up to a small landing. The stairs are about the only thing in this place that looks solid, even if the rails are missing their bars in a few places. On the landing at the top of the stairs is an archway, which Camille, Tome, and Jubilee would know leads into the hallway that leads to Yora's room.
All right.
Hmm.
Yeah, Camille does note the conditions of the stairs this time because it was not a worry last time, but good to know that they still look solid enough.
Yeah.
As he's just, I figure we should go check in on him first.
I agree.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so
Professor wants
sorry, Gail. They're all too worried.
Professor wants to take a quick glance at the books because
Yeah,
the
that's
last time he was in Ink Space, the Severance room, the books were really important.
Fair.
Does
Yeah.
Professor want to pick up one or two of the books and investigate?
100%, yes.
All right. Roll me investigation.
Okay.
Ooh.
Ooh. All right, that is a good roll. Is your investigation what I think it is? Yes, it is. That's a 26.
Nice.
Nice.
Oh.
26. Not bad. Okay. So, a lot of these books are kind of in pieces at this point. But you find one or two of them that seem relatively intact, and you're like, oh, yes, the good information. But then you open them up. And the first one you find is so water damaged that there's not even a single recognizable word on the page. It's all the words have been blurred and blotted and messed up and glommed together by the ink in the pages getting ruined. The second one you find somewhere where it seems that the floor is relatively dry for once, and you're like, okay, maybe this one will have something I can read. And you open it up and it does have legible text, but it's an absolute word salad. It's nonsense. It's utter fucking nonsense that seems to switch between, like, 7 different languages.
Mm.
Hmm.
Fascinating. That's me out of character.
The only thing that makes sense of this, and that kind of gives you the clue at what this book is supposed to be, is that there are illustrations of various different types of sigils and runes, and of different plants, and of different like, there are almost IKEA furniture diagrams, but of how to conduct various different magic rituals, and you recognize this is a textbook. But specifically, this is a textbook that you don't have the information you need to comprehend properly. You can infer some things from the pictures, but whatever this is, it is untranslated and you don't understand it. And I will hand you a little fun bit of information. Yura is from a world where everyone spoke common. But Yura speaks common and Sylvan and Infernal. And between that and this book, you've kind of put together something that hasn't really been mentioned before, which is there was a massive language barrier when Yura first entered the mirror. He didn't understand a word of what anyone was saying around him. And this book kind of reflects trying to keep up with an education system where nothing is written in your first language.
Yeah,
Man.
He's he just kind of muses over the book for a bit, and then the others are probably starting to climb the stairs, so he's gonna go up and wave it at the detectives. Do you lot know, I don't know, just can you check if this is a cipher? Because it's kind of unintelligible to me.
Sure, but I can try and take a look, but I kind of, and like he jerks a
take a
thumb
look,
down the hallway.
I'll take a look, Camille. You keep going.
I can look too.
Sure.
Tom gives like a little pat to Camille and ushers him on.
Yeah, Camille is gonna quickly make his way down because he wants to check in on his friend, because the last few times it's not been in the Severance people have not been in very good spaces.
No.
Yeah, you know what? Min's gonna follow Camille.
Yeah. No offense. Juby knows ciphers and stuff are unfortunately not in his wheelhouse. So he'll tag along with the other two going down the hall.
Tom will, like I said, stay behind because he can tell this is important to the professor, and he trusts the kids to. If there's something that needs to happen, he trusts them.
Yeah, Crystal's in a similar boat. And also, like, she might be able to add some context that's not detective related, just because she is like a researcher, and that does come with deciphering certain texts, so she can provide a different angle if necessary.
All right.
Yeah.
Both of you have the option of making either an intelligence check, let's say an arcana check, or a wisdom check, let's say an insight check.
Arcana, I'll take that.
With insight!
Oh
Holy
my,
shit!
it's almost like I selected exactly to play into your wheelhouses. What about that?
Damn it. This dice isn't being nice to me either. It's not that one.
No!
Don't worry, I think Tom has us covered.
Did
I
Tony
didn't
have
wanna
20?
do good.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. That's still good. A 15 is still good.
That's because she has a +13 modifier.
It still counts.
You.
We'll go with the 15 first. Crystal, you take a look at it, and you're looking it over, and it looks like textbooks on magic that you've used before. It should make sense. It should make a lot of sense. It should be easy to read. But again, the words are a word salad in 7 different languages. It keeps twisting around and looping back on itself, and in some places the words are practically written on top of each other. And you can parse from the illustrations some of what this is about. You can tell that it's a book that's about the practices of sympathetic magic and how to use sympathetic magic, and a little bit about how sympathetic magic can be used in potion craft.
Right.
But it's nonsense. It's headache-inducing nonsense. And then we go over to the nat 20 on Insight with a plus 12. Holy shit, Tome, what the fuck?
He's a disgusting little man, okay?
We love this disgusting little ferret man. Tome, you, much like the professor, can tell why it's nonsense, but with that nat 20, you can also tell why certain parts of it are comprehensible. Why this one is intact while others are completely water damaged to the point of absolutely no chance of being readable. This is something that was an entry point. Something that was Yoda's beginning of understanding how magic worked, of understanding how the world around him worked. You can tell that the reason some of the words are written on top of each other is because those words are the ones that are in common, and those words are the ones that make sense. They're the notes that Yoda took on this subject. Admittedly, they are still a little haphazard and frazzled, which implies, panicking and trying to catch up with everybody else. But this book isn't just a textbook. It's a translation guide. It's a first step to understanding a new and confusing world. And it is clearly one that has been read over and over and over again several times. It is an entry point that was used as a Rosetta Stone for everything around you, basically. But the fact that it is still nonsense is indicative of just the fact that Yoda came from a world without magic. Using magic as a Rosetta Stone, sure, he could do it, but it always made very little sense to him. These are things that he doesn't think should be possible, that he never saw as being possible, but are now being forced to be possible, and that doesn't make sense. This world doesn't make sense. These things don't make sense. And you get you get access to one of the emotions that built this place. Complete, terrified confusion. Being absolutely lost in a world you have no means of comprehending.
Whew, okay. Taking a moment there. I love yours so much. My heart. Tome's heart.
I smile. I do this.
You do this.
Does a little jazz hands. You have information now.
Professor's just going to after the others are done looking at the book, just close it. He's probably going to just hang on to it for now. He just kind of like looks towards the other books and then back up to the stairs and just like he deserved a better education than that. And that's an understatement, but you guys know him better to know that he's saying more than that.
Man.
Just a nod and a scowl.
Mm-hmm. That he's gonna look between them and then indicate that they should probably follow the others. How's Tome looking?
I don't know if my internet cut out or what.
It must have. You haven't said anything.
Oh, okay, because I was talking and then I came back and everyone was talking.
Oh
So I just
no.
got quiet.
I'm so
Yeah,
your
sorry,
internet
Sadie. We
cut.
couldn't hear you. Do you mind
Yeah.
repeating yourself?
Hmm?
Do you mind repeating yourself? We couldn't hear you.
Tome worried, Tome sad. That's it.
Uh-huh.
Internal dialogue of how much you worry then that we didn't get.
Oh.
Man.
You okay?
Spec?
All right.
Ah.
Okay.
But yeah, Professor will gesture for the others to come along up the stairs. It doesn't. The others are kind of impatient. They found something, but he doesn't want to keep them too long either.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
He might be able to come back. He's not sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's less that Camille is being kind of impatient, but it's more that severance spaces are always tied intricately to the host themselves. So if they start investigating without knowing what they are trying to do, it's just going to be a waste of time.
Mm-hmm.
So by going straight to the host, they can get information about what this is built around, and they can know what they're looking for faster.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately,
Assuming
Professor's
we
only
can
done
get
one
to
of
the
these.
host.
And you don't have access to the servant anymore who just kind of knew how this shit worked.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. So it's
No,
less.
it makes
Yeah.
total sense. It makes total sense. Professor just doesn't quite have the same outlook.
Mhm.
I have to say, yeah, on Crystal's part, like she has not done this before, but also like there is this doesn't even know if we're going to be able to reach Euro straight away, and therefore is being a little slower, especially if people are going ahead.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but like even if they can't reach him, knowing what's blocking them would help them know what to look for, or else they're kind of just going through it blindly. And Camille has had enough of going into things blind.
Holds him so
Valid.
gentle.
He is being a detective. He's fine.
So what do they find?
Yeah.
Well, this upper hallway is similarly lined with empty photo frames. But as y'all make your way to the end of the hallway, you do catch the first sight of color in this place.
Oh.
Sort of clustered around this door at the end of the hallway are a collection of photos that or are a collection of frames that still have photos in them. And that look significantly newer and shinier and more colorful than almost anything else here. You saw what I showed you before. Everything here is typically very washed out shades of gray and brown and sort of a dull bluish green. Very horror movie-ish. But these are bright and vivid Technicolor. They seem to almost defy the lack of light around them and light themselves up. And as you look closer, these are photos of people you all know. Photos of a lot of the people here, but also of people like Moria, people who weren't here. These are, and they're in a different, the frames are in a different style to the rest of this place. Matter of fact, I think it would be interesting if they weren't even really frames so much as they were just a collection of Polaroids hung up on the wall of these bright and vivid and colorful pictures of a lot of people from Zatori. And these ones are clustered very closely around the door. These ones have been very carefully maintained, and these ones seem a lot newer. And these ones came from somewhere else, and only one of you here knows where that somewhere else is, but I simply hee-hoo and quiet.
Oh,
How close is everyone together here? Just question.
probably pretty close.
Cool. Hey, Comet.
Hi.
You know how before Min reached to grab Juby's hand when they first came in? Yeah, she feels a almost distracted tug on her sleeve from her big brother as he is staring at those photos with a very wobbly grin.
Miss gonna just squeeze hand.
Good. Oh, you clever bastard. Okay, good.
Some context for the contextless, please.
Please.
You know how our dad can be a reckless idiot at times?
At
Yeah?
times.
Yeah. I think it had to do with whatever fuckshit mind magic he has. But somehow these are because he helped Yura when we came here. And I was kind of worried they wouldn't be here, but they're still good. I am going to rattle the other people in the house slamming doors.
It's you.
Oh.
Yeah.
Ambient noise.
Mm-hmm. It's the people downstairs. They're doing stuff.
It's fair.
Hi.
It's fine. We're in a haunted house. Doors
Mhm.
creaking is
Yeah.
par for the course.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I said ambient noise.
Yeah.
But yeah. That's all he says. He says it was Tome. Tome did this, and thankfully these are still here.
I see.
Right.
Okay. Other side. Room. Let's
Yeah, we need to know what we're actually looking for here.
Right.
And as you guys turn to the door proper, it is this very, very old-looking wooden door, with Similarly to the front door, it is crisscrossed over by a whole bunch of chains. But as each of you kind of steps forward in turn, those chains start to snap one by one.
Okay.
Well, that's interesting. But
The others have
And-
probably begun to catch up by now, I suppose.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
Alright.
damn, they looked through the book fast.
Mm.
That or the others were looking at his photos for very long.
There are a lot of photos. You were probably looking at them for a decent mile.
Yeah. If there was a minute, I'm not gonna do it in character. I'm not gonna tempt fate like that with my brother stomping around. I love him so much. Oh my god. But Juby would like point out the photos and be like, "Oh, hey, look, there we are." Mm-hmm.
Aw.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
Borrowed memories.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Camille would seem a bit distracted.
That's fair.
Camille, my boy, I love you.
Mm-hmm. If nothing else, Juby, who has also not helped with any of these and has only been the center of one of a severance ritual, would probably ask Camille if they might be important or if those could help.
It's hard to tell at this point. Really, for a severance ritual, it all depends on the host. You don't know what you're looking for if you don't know the situation the host is in. And if you don't know what you're looking for, you can very easily mess things up.
Yeah.
For example, with Minami, she was stuck as a statue. If we tried anything without knowing the context, we could have actually hurt her.
Yeah. Okay.
Peace sign. Just
Yeah. That sucks. I'm not gonna say mine was worse. That sucks. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Oh. Fuck.
yeah.
Are we able to keep going forward?
I would personally prefer to wait until we're all back, but
Yeah,
Fair.
that's fair.
Okay, so I know last time Yura was in a glass coffin with a lot of locks. I think we actually have all the keys. That might be helpful. But I don't know if anything's changed or because the rest of this place is fucked up, to put it lightly. I don't know if it's going to be better or worse if that room is still in one piece.
Just mentally prepare yourself for whatever you're going to see. Assume it's not going to be pretty. And
Yeah.
let's just do it. Sitting here and theorizing isn't going to help.
assume the worst, hope for the best.
Alright. Well, okay. Distant agreement from Sholby.
Iggy.
Shelby has been let out
I
of the
will say-
lantern.
I think he deserves to be free.
Free the
Yeah.
Sholby.
Mm-hmm.
He says
I will
everyone's
say-
this was to bark.
Mm-hmm.
The
Yeah,
pictures did take Crystal a little off guard. It would have paused her for a second on the way up.
Aww.
Aw. Yeah. Camille will agree to waiting for the others before going in, but he does really,
Mhm.
really think that this is what you gotta know the context first.
Mhm.
So
Hmm.
But yeah, so he's fine with waiting for the others.
I
Professor
think they've
would-
caught up now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Professor would have also smiled at the photos.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm. They're good.
Okay.
Shit, wait, sorry. Quick bio break on my end.
Okay.
Fair. 5-minute break. Let's go.
Hmm.
To interrupt and interject with why the doors were slamming. I love my brother. He brought me pizza, even if he was very noisy.
Pizza.
Ooh,
Yes.
pizza.
Um,
The pictures, like I rolled and she at least she rolled high enough that she's not stopping, like she's staying focused on task, but just that like being still off kilter of hang on a second, like being reminded of the impact that the people
No.
around her have had, and that she's also had, like and just being like, wait, what? Still?
mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Surprise! You've made a positive impact on people.
Yeah, it still catches her off guard.
Now I go get food.
Consume a nutrient. Me being allowed back on Pinterest is a problem because now I'm scrolling through Pinterest while I'm supposed to be DMing a game. Brain, why are we like this?
You're allowed to.
I will also
I
be
don't
back
really
'cause
use
I need to
Pinterest.
go grab something to eat myself.
Oh, good. I'm just going to be sitting here knitting, probably, waiting for people to come back.
We salute you.
I see him.
Hello.
Hello. How's you?
Yeah, I'm good. I've been sitting here with like my giant plush turtle in my lap so that I can rest my head on it because I'm still kind of sleepy and vibing.
Hmm.
I'm good. I'm just lazy this morning.
Fair.
How
Also
are you?
rude. I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Good.
Yay.
I'm enjoying this.
Me too. Can't wait to free the boy.
Yep.
Ah. Also can't wait for to show off art.
Oh, what you drawing?
Spoilers.
Ah, okay. Any context?
Hmm.
Can you give any context?
It's for this game.
Oh, Cool. Exciting.
Hmm.
Get to see comic art. That's cool.
Yee.
Checking my messages, and I have had a couple of new memes from my partner, and I don't know whether I should find it humorous or insulting.
Hello.
Alright, it's a 4-panel thing, is the first one. I should go for a run, but I didn't run yesterday. Second panel. Then again, so what, right? I can take 2 days off in a row, the world won't end. Third panel. No, I should just go get it done. Fourth panel. Oh, here's an idea. And then the partner breaks in the, if you wanted, this could be an internal monologue.
Oh,
Hello.
hi. Mm-mm.
Mhm.
Oh, my fan is. I should turn that off. Hang on.
Oh dear.
It's a very quiet fan, so it shouldn't have had much effect on the recording, but just in case.
Hmm.
There's no reason to have it blowing into the microphone. That's generally not a good thing. Okay, yeah, good to hear that you didn't hear it.
Hmm.
Hey, you, get off of the towels. You little man. Ouch. Hello, I return.
Hi.
Oh,
Alright, I have peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Nice.
yum.
Sandwich. I had a biscuit.
Yum.
1 second, I'm being summoned. 1 second.
Ah.
Which ones of the apple ciders are yours? How many have you had? I had 2. I had one of the crisp ones, and I had the leftover baked pie one. Okay, so the green and the red one. Green and red, got it. Just make it weird, because I know that there should be some in there for me still. And I didn't want to drink yours. Yeah, green and red one should be mine. Green and red. Yes, I had a blue one and I had a yellow one. I liked the blue one the best. The yellow one I did not like. It wasn't sweet. It tasted yeasty and weird. It was supposed to kind of taste like
Yeah, hard to plan how to puzzle if we don't know what the puzzle is yet.
Hmm.
We'll see momentarily, I'm sure.
Okay, hello, I'm back.
Hello.
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 Bleep bloop.
Beep boop. Beep boop beep.
Beebly boop.
I thought it was funny when Crowley was listing out all of their,
Mhm.
quote unquote titles. Professor is just like, well,
I mean,
you're not wrong.
It's really
Yeah.
funny when you have a character who is referred to as a title instead of their name, because you throw them in front of a character who refers to everybody by their titles, and they're the only one who supposedly gets called by name.
Man.
Hmm.
Oh, I can tell you what unless Gail wants to say the titles.
Oh, does someone not know them?
Avi forgot.
Oh.
Or was it here last night? I don't remember.
Sure. The
wasn't
titles
here,
are
I
all
don't
based
think.
on the keywords that each character's ink-space design was centered around. So,
Yeah.
Crystal was the doctor, ironically.
Which is extra funny.
Mm-hmm.
Minami was the keeper. The professor is the
Yay.
professor. Which is still so funny to me. Camille is the specter. Jubilee is the showman. And Tome is the detective.
And the art is all up in Game Zone that I pose at because everyone did an amazing job.
Yeah. I love everyone's space designs.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all did so good.
Finally.
I was pretty happy with. I did manage to hide the keyhole on her design and Crystal's design, and I'm very happy by it because it's very difficult to spot.
I'm gonna
Now
find
I have
it.
to. Yeah. I have to look.
Now it's like, where is it?
It's like the hidden Mickey.
Correct.
Yeah.
Where is it? Squints.
Is it on the tie?
Yeah.
Yeah, there it is.
Like near the top?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
That's clever.
That's yeah. It's hard to see because like the line art, like
It's all so close together.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's
That's
clever,
very nice.
Candle.
I was really proud of being able to use her stained glass like line art as a way to
Yeah.
hide like extra details in there.
Yeah.
It's really clever. You did a great job.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. I love all of the designs and how they say so much about everybody.
Yeah, me too.
I remember your ramble, Noodle, about Juby's design.
One bird can fit so much symbolism inside of him. Hee-hoo.
Indeed.
And I also still love that Crystal knows so many of the original references.
Mm-hmm. Because she's seen the OG design.
Yep.
Hee-hoo. Yeah. They had a funny little talk, and a certain bird remembers in exacting detail how he looked. Don't worry about why. Don't worry about that.
He also showed her his construct.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so those wings are very familiar too.
That was a good FPS.
Mm-hmm.
It was so much fun.
Mm-hmm. It's simply funny, and I have fun with the fact that he's got two funny colors, where most people have one prominent color.
Oh,
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Wait.
how?
Points at different sources of magic.
No, not how, but I mean, like, what colors? Because I thought it was, like...
It's red and gold.
Oh. I thought gold was, like, allowed.
I mean, gold is allowed. I will mention that, but...
Oh. No, it's intentionally like that because, for one, can be snuck in as a secret detail that people wouldn't notice. But it's also because Juby's got two sources of magic.
Interesting.
Nice.
Yeah. Because sometimes you just happen to be a warlock who later on starts to recover your own magic. Otherwise, that all the red details would have all been golden if he was just a warlock.
Yeah, no, Professor just has extra gold because everybody in that game had extra gold detailing. And because I was like, I want to have color on the scarf.
You know, that's fair.
It would have looked okay without it, but I like how it looks with it.
Man. I like all the details. I simply sit here and I chew on all of these designs and I'm like, I want to know symbolism. I can see some of it. I am simply feral.
Symbolism is fun.
Professor's
good.
fairly simple. I was basically like, well, I can't have him wear his regular outfit. And he already dresses like a professor. So I'm just having him dress like a different professor.
Make him dress like a more professory professor.
Yeah. So he gets to have like he gets to have a sweater, and his keyhole is on his ellipsis key, that he always wears, just not usually out like that.
Oh, cool.
And it's barely visible in the picture, but he does have multiple watches on both wrists. He's probably got like
my
3 or
God.
4 on each.
Mm.
Yeah, I can see it. Oh my God, he's a nerd.
Uh-huh.
Goober.
Man. I like seeing what designs carry through and who has what. Funny little irony of Minami and the professor both having the lock on a necklace and
Mm.
Oh my
It's a good
gosh, you're
choice.
right.
and their key rings on a belt loop. It's very funny.
Hmm. Wait.
To be honest, I completely forgot about the keyring, but it's fine because it can be hidden by the coat.
Yeah,
Yeah.
several of the characters don't have a visible one, so.
Because, haha, finger guns in This Was Planned. That's why Juby has not had a keyring. Why we couldn't see it? Because, haha, had to get hidden in the coat. So he could have one that's not his. Hee-hoo.
Oh, that's cool.
And the little heart he's holding up, because one hand, we have the Night Terror Wisp, who has been visible this whole time. I just haven't mentioned them much. They've been here. They've been floating around. And the other one is his Athame, Lyra.
Oh, the guitar pick.
Oh,
Ah,
It's the guitar pick.
nice.
Oh.
It's too bad we
Wait,
didn't get to see what it did in the fight.
the Athanes take different forms in
Yeah.
Ink Space?
No.
I didn't know that.
No,
they don't. Wisp does.
Okay.
Wisp is
Oh,
his Night Terror. That is usually his sword.
okay, I misheard that. I was like, what?
Yeah. No, they don't. No. No.
His Athane is a guitar pick
Yeah.
in both places.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. I haven't drawn it, but Crystal has a different magic focus for this game.
Oh.
Oh.
It might be her theme.
Ooh.
Ooh, I chin hands.
Hello.
Remember the design.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Hello, do you live?
Sorry about that. Yes, I am alive. My
We're
body may be a saw trap, but I prevail.
Yay.
That's fair.
On
I
God,
was
we
given
stay
time to
silly.
eat.
We
We're
do. But yes, I'm back. Sorry for that.
That's okay.
You're good.
We all benefited from the break.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I am good to go if everyone else is.
Mm-hmm.
I have a little puppy dog in his nest.
Good. The tiniest of guys.
Little
So
dude.
tiny.
Nice.
Okay.
Then let us go.
Big
Yeah.
stretchy. Yay, we're all back. Big stretchy. Okay. Just in time. Okay, so sorry. Peanut butter and jelly always
good.
makes my throat sticky.
It be like that.
So as you all approach the door at the end of the hallway, with each one of you that approaches, one of the chains on the door snaps. And as the last one snaps, they all fall away, sort of falling to the sides and then dissolving. And the door is there. Who is going to be opening it?
I have a feeling there is a little man who is at the front of the group.
Let me roll to see if he can reach it, though.
Oh my God.
The curse of short little legs.
That's a 4 on the dice.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
The curse
think-
of short little legs.
Oh no.
Aww.
I think what happens is he does, like, with everyone there, he does approach it all seriously to try and open it, but He's just a little guy. His fingertips brush the handle, but you can't really get the purchase needed to turn it properly.
Oh god.
Oh my
Oh,
god, I
gosh.
love him.
Oh, darling. I don't know how to help that
Lift
woke.
him?
Yeah, Mim's gonna lift him up.
That's fair. Min can be helpful. Big Brother is not helpful right now.
Give the boy a boost.
You could have
Just
just
gotta-
opened it, but this is hilarious.
She doesn't know, like, if it will be like which one is more demeaning.
yeah.
He just sort of so sad. Thanks, Minami. And opens the door.
Through the door at the end of the hall lies the former primary bedroom of Ramshackle Dorm, but it appears differently in the Severance space than it did in real life, or indeed than it appeared last time anyone came down here. The once cozy, dreamy, softly desaturated space that just resonated with rest is now drained of nearly all color. The walls in here are just as warped as the ones outside, if not more so, and ink drips from the ceiling into puddles on the floor. And how about that ceiling, where once it was fairly normal, now it's nearly impossible to see. A few bundles of dried poppies and lavender and chamomile flowers have turned into a thick blanket of dry foliage, strung through with many, many keys which clink softly against each other. The music that once played in the room hasn't exactly stopped, but it's like trying to listen on a radio with poor signal, as a song that seemingly drifts between variations of each of the party members' themes, interspersed with fade-ins and fade-outs of dull static.
This is surreal.
And in the middle of the room, sort of pushed up against one wall, what was once a glass coffin is now a coffin made of solid silver and iron, save for the ceramic plate painted with a detailed magnolia flower over where one might expect to find a face, mirroring the glass window on the coffin that served as the door into this place. The coffin is intricately etched with chains, flowers, two skeletal hands seemingly holding the faceplate in position, a pair of crows holding a Luna moth between them, its wings trapped in their beaks, and more of those godforsaken key designs, as well as countless little plants and tiny animals. There are still keyholes in its surface, taking the place of the padlocks that had been there when Jubilee and Tome visited. And from there, I'm going to have you all roll investigation.
All right. Is anyone going to comment on the music? Because I don't know if Camille would realize that it is in universe.
Professor did in character say that's surreal.
Yeah. Juby's laughter before has immediately cut out when he recognizes his own. Because he's able to, because once upon an Animus, Leo gifted him sheet music of what his own rhythm sounds like.
Yeah.
So he immediately perks up and is like, how the fuck is it playing that?
Playing what?
Oh,
Our
The
themes.
music.
Yeah, that was mine.
yeah. That was Jubilee. And as it swaps through the themes, he'll point out which one belongs to who.
Oh yeah, I forgot about like Leo's gift. I'm so sorry.
No,
all
it's
good.
okay.
Okay.
You're so valid.
Okay, investigation.
Yeah. And
Okay.
Camille decided to get a nat fucking 20 on that, I guess.
Nice.
I look at all these modifiers. I look
10.
at all these modifiers.
Man.
Oh, man.
We're all so smart, guys. Look at
Take on
those.
it.
+8, +9, +12. They're so good, yeah. One of these things is not like the other.
Okay.
I know
Let's
what
go.
Professor is focusing on.
What's Professor focusing on?
Since they had such a revelation about like plant symbolism earlier, the fact that that flower is recognizable as a magnolia has him immediately trying to recall any information he has about flower symbolism.
Cool. Okay, while I give the descriptions for what everybody sees, why don't you roll me a history check? So, let's go from the bottom up. Minami, my beloved.
Hi.
That's a 2
I'll
on the
just
dice.
accept it. That's a 2 on the dice.
You are very, very
I'll pat you.
distracted, and this place is heavy. This place makes you feel sleepy for some reason. It makes you feel really, really tired. And that's kind of all you can focus on, is just trying to keep yourself awake, because, like, yeah, this place is cool and also fucked up and creepy, but also it's so exhausting in here. You feel like you're about to fall asleep on your feet.
Min rubs her eyes and does a big yawn.
Jubilee,
Yeah.
you are similarly distracted, not by tired, but by shiny. Because last time you were here, you saw all of the locks on the coffin, and now you're looking up, and that's a lot of keys, and you are momentarily distracted by, oh,
Shit.
fuck. Because the thought occurs to you that, oh boy, what if we have to use those to get the locks open? That would suck.
He doesn't want to fly up there. He really doesn't want to fly up into that.
Let's see, who's next, Lois? Professor? Professor. Professor, what you notice is, I think that actually makes sense with what you said you noticed, which is you get distracted by the magnolia flower being the most recognizable image in the room. Because there is actually a lot of floral symbolism in this room, and I hee-hoo at that, because y'all know me, I love my floriography. There is, of course, the very recognizable magnolia flower painted on the coffin, but there are also the poppies and lavender and chamomile flowers that are hanging from the ceiling. And while lavender and chamomile are, you could just put those aside as, oh yeah, those are flowers that notoriously make people sleepy. The poppies are fun, because while yes, poppies do contain opium, which does make people sleepy, it's interesting in that poppies are also a symbol of the transition between life and death.
The long sleepies.
The big long sleepies. And as you look at that, you are also hit with, you wonder if some of the others have that kind of symbolism. Spoiler alert, they do. Don't mind me scrolling through my book. Yeah, so for example, you know that lavender flowers are not just used to make people tired, make people relax. They are also a symbol of constancy and devotion, as well as of faith and humility. And one second, flipping through my book.
Qualities very desirable in a loyal, hardworking servant.
Number 71. Sorry, I do actually genuinely have a book of this, and you are hearing me flip through it live.
That's cool.
Yeah.
And chamomile flowers are funny because they have specific messages of all who know you will love you. as well as energy in action, energy in times of adversity, ingenuity, initiative, patience, and of course the connections with sleep.
Interesting. The juxtaposition of the sleep and action and energy is unexpected.
Man.
And then, sorry, I am flipping through the book very quickly as fast as I can.
No worries.
It's fine.
Yes, 665. The red poppy, which is avoidance of problems, consolation, eternal rest, eternal sleep, good and evil, imagination, life and death, light and darkness, oblivion.
All very fitting.
Man.
But the one that you specifically caught on to first was the Magnolia grandiflora. AKA the Southern Magnolia. Which I need to find, because I know what it is off the top of my head, but I want to make sure I'm getting it right. Bloop, 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 bloop. LM. Here we go. Magnolia grandiflora, aka the large flower magnolia, laurel magnolia, or southern magnolia, which is a symbol of beauty, determination, dignity, magnificence, nobility, perseverance, and fidelity.
So glad Juby knows none of this, otherwise he would be storming back up to go punch a bird. We're good.
Some of it seems like some of these things seem like things that are, being imposed on you. Others seem like, no, that's how you is. Especially like the perseverance and determination and stuff. He certainly proved that.
In all acts, there is an element of truth.
I'm also interested in the fact that a couple of those are tea ingredients, and they're definitely been associated with you for a while.
God.
Yeah.
Smiles
Man.
and does my funny little dance.
Thank you.
Thank you for giving me the
Screaming.
opportunity to do my little flower rambles. There is actually one more bit of
That
flower
was cool.
symbolism in the room, but you're not close enough to see it yet.
Oh, okay.
So I will be using that history roll when we get close enough to notice it.
Cool.
Okay, who's next, Lois? Crystal? Crystal, you, as you get closer, notice that there are, basically, you notice that there are still keyholes in the surface, but you only really notice the big one, which is, or not really the big one, but the only one that is immediately visible, which is the one front and center in the middle of a golden heart on the surface of the coffin.
Okay.
And then anybody who got above a 25, sound off. Or got a 25 or higher. That would be...
So Tome had 25, and then
Camille.
there was Camille with a nat 20.
Disgusting little man.
Camille's in his own league over here.
Listen, for Camille, he he knows that they don't have the servant to fall back on if they do something which would cause problems instead of help Yura.
Mm-hmm.
So he doesn't want to take any chances. He's bringing out his A game.
He's so real for that, though.
We love to see it.
He doesn't want to fuck up. There's no one who's gonna stop them if they do something stupid.
Yeah.
And as you're looking kind of closer at the coffin, you notice something, which is that you can spot all 13 of the keyholes in question. But each of them is hidden inside of one of these like etched symbols that are, embossed into the lid. For example, you can see there is one keyhole that's sitting in the middle of a rose. There's another that's kind of held in the loops of an octopus's tentacles. There's one of them that is in the eye of a skull, another that is in the middle of a spinning wheel. You notice two specific ones that are split through by small cracks, those being the one in the center of the princess's crown, which has been cracked in half, and the one in the chest of a dragon, which again is split through by a crack. With those being the ones that Tome has opened before. And Camille, with your nat 20, you notice there is a crack through that golden heart symbol that has the, the keyhole in the middle of it, but it has been sealed over with more metal.
Because Girly fixed it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think as Neil investigates it, he is starting to put things together. Because on the Ink Space field trip, they did learn a thing or two about certain locks, didn't they?
Mm-hmm. They did learn about the anchor locks. Yes, they did.
So I think they did draw up a plan on matching the locks to the keys, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm.
I think.
Yeah, so Camille, looking at that, does pause and let me roll hammer space so he can pull out his little notebook, because we're okay. Yeah.
Oh,
He
hold on.
pulls out his notebook, which contains so many notes. It's fine. He's a detective.
It is a book full of
Love
notes.
As he's just, I think we have the keys for these locks.
Oh, thank the stars. As
And
long as
we
they're
got-
not up in the ceiling.
no, he
Phew.
flips to the notes that he has, which matches keys to locks, and holds it up for the others to see. Probably has to hold it way up because he is very small.
The
Tome
cursed
picks him
short
up
little
slightly
legs.
so that he can share easier.
As
I'm
he's
so
just
sorry. My mom kind of was talking to me. I had kind of missed that.
fair. Camille said that we have the keys to the lock on Yura's coffin, and is holding up the notes that he has, which matches certain locks to the keys. As he's just, I think,
You said keys plural?
yeah, there's a lot hidden all over the coffin. But we should have all of them. You still have the ring, the servant's keys, right?
Yup.
GB?
Yeah. Hey, okay, it's a lot harder to see them this time. They're not so obvious. Are they... Did the ones we unlock, are they still undone?
They got relocked, but they have a crack through them. One of them, and he points to the heart, seems like it got sealed over with metal.
I will note,
Yeah.
as the DM, the ones that were cracked are already open.
Okay.
Okay.
If they're already unlocked, then he'll say, those ones are already unlocked, yes.
Phew. Okay, so we can count off 2. Of
And then
a lot.
well, I guess and one plan would just be to start unlocking them then.
Hold on.
I don't see anything which would stop us from it. And I can't imagine that keeping her inside the coffin would be the solution to this puzzle.
No.
I would hope.
Is there
No.
anything that could potentially happen in a negative sense if we try?
Probably.
Here, I can try something. Let me pull it up because I think that Camille has find traps.
Oh.
If not, what? Nope, doesn't. He has detect magic.
There's
Don't
gonna be a
set
lot
off
of that in
detect
here.
magic in here.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
all
Tome
magic.
would die. Tome would die.
You will have in all these squares make a circle. I'm sorry. You will be in the same position Minami was at the end of the Deep in the Dark game. Don't do that. Don't break your
Yeah.
brain, please.
No.
We like that brain. We want that brain intact.
Yes.
Tome would survive.
No.
No.
Tome, you need those remaining brain cells.
There's so few already.
Tome, please. We can't have you be
Nin's
losing any more.
Nin's gonna just very sleepily grab onto Tobe's arm.
Yeah, I'm very glad that I prepped find traps. Completely inspired by that one post about using it for legal documents.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Uh,
Oh my
Yeah,
god, amazing.
yeah, there was a post going around about how you could use find traps for for contracts and stuff.
Oh my god.
God.
Because the wording is ambiguous yet specific enough that that
Right.
any clause meant to
Cause
for
harm.
example, yeah,
Yeah.
would count.
I do love that.
Me too.
Hang on. Because I remember something, so Juby would probably remember something, that we were given additional context. Because from Deep in the Dark, when Bird wanted to touch the keyring and thought it was cool and shiny, we were told to not touch them because emotions.
Oh yeah, we do know that.
He
It'll
would
make you feel bad.
Yeah, he would mention that you feel whatever it was that inspired that key's formation, I think.
Yeah,
Right. It's
so-
more that the keys usually act as sort of a open channel with whoever they belonged to.
Right.
Yeah.
But here's something funny. Ever since Jubilee pulled it out of his pocket, here, that constant background chatter of empathy-based telepathic communication is gone. It's gone quiet.
Would Poe remember, however, from whenever, if Juby mentions that when he unlocked the 2 keys, he got hit with the oof?
Yes, he would. Thank God.
Okay, Tome will mention that.
All right. Well, if that's the case, we should be careful about who unlocks what.
We should take
Right.
turns.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn, I can't believe you gave Tome a change of heart. He couldn't just keep that to himself.
No.
Tome,
No
He's
way.
better now.
let other
I'm
people
glad.
do things, please, Tome.
I Spec can be a little fucker about it. No, I'm messing around. But no, Tome would not have hesitated to tell them.
Mhm.
Yay.
Right. Well,
All right, you're gonna find the first one, match it up.
Right. Let
if. Yeah,
Uh,
okay. Sorry, go on.
Fair. Camille is going to say, let me cast Find Traps first to see if there's anything that would go wrong.
Good idea.
And if that's clear, then it may be best to start with one of the keys that we naturally have from a previous case. We know what to expect with that one, so we can be better prepared for it.
Tome nods in agreement.
Juvie looks at Crystal.
Yeah, well, she doesn't have her own key.
Yes, she does.
Does she?
No. Why would she have her own key?
Yeah.
Didn't Juvie have his key on his ring?
No.
No, never mind. I thought he did. That's me
We-
misremembering, then never mind.
Yeah, no.
To be
Victims
fair,
do
though,
not
there
get
will-
their own keys.
Fair.
Crystal would actually look at Professor because she knows that he will have hers.
He just kind of shrugs. Do you mind?
I suppose not.
Also, would Find Traps pick up anything, dearest DM?
Yes, actually. Which is good. Thank God you
Okay.
have this, because I didn't know how to get this across. There is a specific order to these.
Oh.
Oh.
Camille, as you're looking at it, you see that there is sort of an amount of power behind each of the locks that have already been broken. Or behind each of the locks that haven't already been broken. But there's also basically lines of magic connecting them to each other. It looks like the start of the sequence is... So the order of the sequence is the keyhole in the center of the rose, the keyhole in the mouth of the lion, the one that is being held by the octopus, the one in the eye of the snake, the one in the tail feathers of a peacock, the one in the eye of the skull, the one in the center of a spinning wheel, the one in the chest of the dragon, which has already been popped open, the one in the princess's crown, which again is already open, the one hidden in the fur of a wolf, the one hidden in the center of a spiral carving that looks a bit like a hurricane, the one hidden among the feathers of an ibis, and the one in the middle of the golden heart.
All
The
right.
order that they happened.
It's-
Tome out of character would not know this. I Spec, though, am eating this information.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The order in which they were added.
Yeah. Camille would quickly write that down before he forgets or mixes anything up.
What do you tell the others?
He very much would. Because he
Cool.
sees Professor going, is just, wait! You have to do these in an order.
Oh, I think I know who's first.
Do you?
You told me that the first Overblot he did was a fellow named Riddle.
Well, do they know that is the order that it happened in? Because
he just said he was his first one.
well,
I thought you
Camille,
just said.
Camille would share that afterwards. He just said that there's a specific order. So I got that was me getting confused.
Okay, sorry. I was sorry.
No, it's
You're good.
okay.
We're all very feral.
We are
excited.
very feral. Yes.
So do we have to unlock all of them in order?
I believe so. And then he would list out the order.
Mm-hmm.
Do we
Side
know
eye
that
at
that's the
Tom.
order of... Do we know that that's the order of that they happened though? Do we have enough context for that?
I think you will figure it out. Actually, you know what? Roll me. You guys can choose to roll me either history or insight for this.
Insight, please, God.
Insight.
Please let me have proficiency.
What do we roll? My internet went out.
Oh, you
Pass
dumbass.
History or insight?
History or insight. Your internet needs to
Juby,
stop
you
eating you.
dumbass.
I'm gonna go with the insight.
I'm going with insight. Actually, I'm going to use a bonus action and use up a mirror crystal.
Mm-hmm.
Fair.
Because fuck this shit, actually. Also, quick question because I always kept forgetting. The mirror crystal, each crystal individually has 3 charges, right?
Yes.
Because Tome has 2, so I'm trying to figure out if he has 6 in total or 3 in total.
Until somebody tells me that having 6 in total would be too broken, he has 6.
Sweet. Please. Nobody tell Gale that.
Yes.
Are you looking at me?
Maybe.
I have an item that 3 times per day lets me do advantage on an int roll, so I'm using that, just declaring it
Mhm.
for history.
Man, once again, one of these things is not like the others.
Jubilee, you're
It's
just
okay.
fucking unsettled by this room. I'm so sorry. This room fucks
No.
you up.
He's too busy side-eyeing Tome because he knows now that the locks that are open have been pointed out. He is side-eyeing Tome like, did you fuck up the order? I swear to the gods.
The power still loops through them, so they should be fine.
He can't see that.
Yeah.
That's what the,
Don't
that's what
blame
the
your
10
poor
is.
dad.
Yeah.
He's judging.
He just
Camille-
got over his own problems of self-hatred, Jubilee. Don't put more in there.
He's judging.
Judgment.
Camille would note that the power would still be flowing through the ones that have already been opened, but he's not too sure if... I'm not sure if that would be enough context to know if that means that they have to fuck with that again, or if they can just leave it.
I'm gonna say they can just leave it.
Alright.
And to everybody who got above a 20, dear God,
Hi.
Hi.
you
Hi.
can figure out, either by tracing the pattern of them or just by looking at the ones that have been opened already and looking at the ones that come after those, and knowing what order they come in. These are the order of the overblots in which they occurred.
Yeah, because we'd recognize the ones for Inkwell at least, and then extrapolate that the other ones must be,
Exactly.
Yeah.
So yes,
before
you
them.
can figure out that this is the order in which these incidents occurred.
Alright, cool.
With the implication that each lock was added in the aftermath of each incident. Because fun fact,
Cool.
that is what it looks like when you swallow a piece of that incident in order to absorb all of the overblood into yourself.
Mm.
Yuck.
Yep, it's gross. It's nasty.
Yeah.
Tastes
Crystal-
bad.
Crystal's doing fine with this knowledge.
In that case, Professor considered he knows which was the first one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You told me that the first Overblot he ever did, that he ever helped with, was for a student named Riddle. And at a different time, he told me that Riddle's signature spell was something that could cut off other people's magic, called Off With Your Head. He was kind of a imperious type. I hope that helps with trying to figure out which key it is. 'Cause I don't think I know much more than that.
I think we might have an idea. At the very least, it should give us enough to go off of.
You got the sequence, right?
We have the sequence, we just need to get the right key for the lock. And that would probably be on your on the keyring.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Juby is holding up the keyring and looking through. He's able to recognize his own, and work back from that, probably counting.
Yeah. I think Camille's notes only does Camille's notes only apply to the Inkwell keys, or
Given
I
that
forget.
Camille actually had access to use notes, he would actually have notes on what each of the keys looked like.
Mhm.
Oh, nice.
Okay, cool. In that case, he'd probably quickly sketch out what it looks like and holds it up to Jubilee to help him.
Got it. Thank you.
The first one is a golden key with the sort of loop of it shaped like a heart, with a pattern of card suits carved into sort of the stick part of it, the shaft part of it, and roses sculpted around it.
Professor, do you know what the source of what the emotion it was most tied to? That might help us figure out who would be best suited to unlocking it.
Oh, something about a mine and trying to save a town.
No, that was... I will
no?
step in as a DM. That was a different one.
Drat.
I do think you had I do think you did tell Professor about it. It was that Riddle was a bit of a control freak and was having a mental breakdown because he finally got a rebellious student in his group, in his dorm, and was kind of descending into madness, trying harder and harder to control everyone around him, and then got really, really angry when he couldn't.
Yeah, Chris. That explanation, Crystal will raise her hand and, yeah, I can take that one.
You're certain?
Okay, cool, because I didn't want to out myself.
Tome, who was ready to out Camille.
Oh my god.
Flares up at Tome.
Tome doesn't say anything. He just looks. Because here's the thing, Tome is not ready to admit that he himself has control issues, but he knows Camille has it. So
yeah, but
he's gonna throw his son under that bus.
Stars above. Okay. All right. Well,
So Crystal
whoever
is
this
going
was.
for the first lock?
I think we should let her,
Yeah. GB will pass over the
Just-
keyring.
Yep. All right. In that case, deep breath in, making sure that she's got the right keyhole, and then in and unlock if she can.
All right, roll me a whiz save.
Cool. All right. All right.
What'd you get? 26.
12.
Oh, 12.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
was
Tome's
inciting.
inside.
Okay, 12. Oh, that
Not
doesn't...
great, but still above a 10.
That doesn't make it, though.
Oh, dear.
It's okay. Camille has calm emotions if things go too wrong.
It's not necessarily that she gets overwhelmed by the emotion, as it is, so when you unlock this keyhole, there is a sudden wave of that feeling of rage and desperation. And it feels like it's burning you up. And for a minute, that's just an emotional feeling, but then it becomes really, really, really quite literal. As you feel like you are being burned, and you take, roll 1d6. You take 3 fire damage.
Cool. Fun.
Thankfully,
Yeah. All right.
still have 8.
Yeah, I'm good for that.
I think Camille would rush over, like,
Mhm.
Crystal, are you okay?
What happened?
Alright, that felt bad. That felt really bad. Careful that if you're not prepared, it can. I think it physically hurts you.
Tome, who's standing there because it did not do that when it happened to him, and he's got the little loading symbol over his head right now.
Okay.
Surprise,
Noted.
bitch, you've got really good mental fortitude.
Tome probably would be like, that didn't happen when I did them.
I guess it doesn't happen every time then.
You are very dense.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Rude!
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying that as a compliment this time.
How?
I'm not saying it as a compliment.
Wait, what happened?
Camille
Didn't hear.
called Tome dense in response to...
That did not come through on my end. Oh
yeah,
my.
yeah, Tome said it didn't hurt me, and Camille was just, well, you are very dense.
Tome gives him a look.
I'm saying that as a compliment this time. I'm standing by that.
Mm-hmm.
But, okay, we'll need to be careful then.
Agreed.
Do you know what's next? Because I don't think I do.
The next one on the docket would be, I look over to our dear DM.
Here, I'll write the list out
It's
in
the
chat.
lion.
Yeah.
Me,
It's-
Spec, sitting here making
It's the
sure I
lion.
don't
Mhm.
out of character know too much because I know this is
Mhm.
based off.
Everyone would know which one's next, because Camille would have shared the order
Yeah.
with everyone.
It's more of me not overthinking what each emotion thing's related to emotionally and what keys go with it.
Fair. Do we know anything about the lion, or
What's the name?
I don't think we know the name, unfortunately.
Leona, maybe?
That sounds like a lion name.
Yeah.
I mean,
He talked about a Leona, but I don't remember what Leona's issue was.
well, I have experience with Leo, so
Tome pinches the bridge of his nose at that one.
well,
Did
if
he
all we
say-
have is Leo name.
I think he said he can disintegrate things. I was
Ugh.
talking to him about the
I-
spell disintegrate.
Okay.
I'm quite certain Leo can't do that one.
I don't know. If he punches a rock hard enough, he might be able to.
Let's not talk about Leo's habit of punching inanimate objects.
Let's just hope that he doesn't get the ability to disintegrate things. But if
What?
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
I mean, Leona, it sounded like was the more maybe rough and tumble type, but I don't know what his issue was.
that's fair.
It's the emotion will most likely be, and the damage will most likely be attached to the emotion rather than the ability from the sounds of it, because I didn't.
Yes.
Nothing was mentioned about burning for
No.
Riddle.
Right.
Well, you go.
Is there a possibility that there can be any clues around the room or that may have been there when the place wasn't destroyed that could give him an idea?
Unfortunately, I didn't think to add that. Unfortunately, this is a thing where my players are smarter than me, and I didn't think of that, and I don't have the brain cells to calculate that on the fly.
No, you're all
okay.
valid.
Okay.
But
Right,
I
so we don't-
can give a hint in a different way. Because again, Camille, you have had access to Yoda's notebook, which has notes over the last 5 years. and the mention of a Leona brings to mind the memory of notes about a Prince Leona who was a very lazy boy, but was lazy because he had kind of lost the will to try after constantly being written off as second best.
Yeah, I think
Professor
Camille-
looks directly at Tome.
Yeah, just it might be
I'm-
something for you, or he looks over at GB. One of you two, probably.
Oh God.
I can take it.
Are you sure?
I've handled what? 2, 3. Has he handled two or three of these? I can't remember.
3, technically. It's just that one of them got reclosed.
I've done 3 of these. What's the 4th?
That's actually more reason for you not to do any of these.
We're going to be taking
Yeah.
turns. We're going to be
Yeah,
taking
Dad.
turns.
And I've died twice, and that doesn't mean I'm immune to dying.
It's not got to
Hey.
do with anything.
I'm saying I want you to be careful.
Tome
Yes.
kind of pauses and frowns before he sighs. Would it make you feel better if I do a different one later on?
No, I trust you to do this one. I just want you to be careful. If something goes wrong with this, will you just...
You
I'll
are
back off.
you are supposed to be on bed rest right now.
Oh yeah.
If this one goes wrong, then I won't touch any other ones unless you ask me to. How's
Okay.
that?
Okay. All right.
Tome, you better not fuck this up. I swear to those above.
Yeah. And Juby will find whatever key Camille describes on the key ring and pass it to Tome.
Wait, I have a spell
Okay.
for this. Hang on.
Oh,
Wait, fuck! Tome has a spell for this.
What?
Professor can cast
Another shard, but Tome has a fucking spell for this. Tome has
what?
enhanced ability now.
Okay, you can put that on what? One person?
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, give me a second. I might be able to get everybody.
Oh.
Ah, the whiz save.
I have, yeah, it's a whiz save, right? So I have both Intellect Fortress and Motivational Speech. I think, let's see, choose up to 5 creatures. There are 5 of you, right?
Yep.
Let me
Besides
check.
Professor, there are 5 people.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Tome can put the enhanced ability on Professor then.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Professor, it does take a minute to cast, but Professor will, like, after this discussion, like, that discussion with Tome happened, just be like, wait a second, I actually have a spell that can help. I apologize, Crystal, I did not remember it.
They didn't know at the time, so that's fine.
Yeah. Tome
Yeah, I
will nod,
also forgot about Intellect Fortress.
handshake.
Yeah. He's actually using that one. He can only target 3, maybe 4 people at once. He's going to be using motivational speech, which I will try to put in chat.
Yeah, if we want a second Intellect Fortress, Camille does actually have a Intellect Fortress because of a funny item he's got.
I don't think we'll need it, but oh, hang on a second.
Me sitting here, glad I don't have to. Oh, Doobie.
Hey, Juby,
Nah.
do you want to roll a perception for me?
Oh, good God.
Here I go.
Sure.
I'll look. I'll get it for you. Oatmeal. I got a screenshot.
Oh, okay. Thanks. I'll just delete that. That was
Hold you.
It's all good. We're fighting for it.
the. Okay, thank goodness. Yes, it takes a minute to cast. He's just, I don't know, going to say something inspirational. I don't have anything right now.
Don't fuck it up.
That's fair.
Yeah, but be
If
careful.
we do this right and we don't fuck it up, then it just works.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you all get long story short, you get 5 temporary hit points and advantage on wisdom saving throws.
Yee.
Nice.
Okay, I will also say for Camille, who had the detect traps thingy active, you could kind of see the magical circuit in the metal, and so you saw that when Crystal opened the lock, these pools of magic that sit behind each of the locks, the reason she got burned was because that immediately flowed out and tried to flow into her.
Alright, so
Fun.
he would note that, and I wonder if... I wonder if could have some sort of conduit pulling away. But
All right. Tome got a 23 on the whiz save.
Yes, that's better than his original 13.
mhm.
Why I was scrambling to go and get something. I was like, Tom, you better not fuck this up. They won't trust you with anything ever again.
So
I mean, Tome, you've
not
already
ever
done
again.
a lot. You've already done a lot, Tome.
Yeah.
Like, you don't need to prove yourself. You've already done it.
I know.
okay.
But I still would have killed him if my wisdom boy did not pull through on a fucking wisdom check. This is like if Aerie failed a sleight of hand. Okay, there are some things in this world you just won't be happy with in the end.
My goodness. Okay, so here's what happens. Tome, you take out this sort of rough, beat up looking key carved out of acacia wood and ivory. And you stick it in the lock and turn it, and there is a rush of a very familiar set of feelings. Really, you were kind of the best person to handle this, because the emotions that are released are an intense sense of fear and self-loathing. But because they're so familiar, and because you are doing better now, you're able to just kind of wave them off, recognize that these aren't yours. These emotions aren't yours. These are someone else's, and they are intense, but they are bearable.
Tome will take that, put the key aside, and step back.
Keyring retrieved by Bird.
All
Are
right.
you alright?
Nothing happened.
No, nothing meaner than what I've told myself.
Still
Okay.
not the most reassuring thing to hear, but...
Oh, God, sorry. Let me rephrase that. I'm trying to word this in a way that's not. I've experienced something worth tone voice. I have worse problem from the magic item in my head than this shit. Because I know what the DC is for that item.
Dad,
Tone
you're
would not
allowed
have
to
passed
just
it.
not say anything. You don't have to say anything. I've learned
You
that
know,
sometimes
I think I just.
don't.
I think I just won't say anything.
Yeah.
I'm fine.
Very fair.
Okay.
Sometimes you need to learn to keep your mouth shut.
Tome's learning that lesson now. Okay.
Okay. Next.
He used to have a filter in the form of like, crippling self-loathing and anxiety.
What's
Okay.
next?
Next.
Octopus.
Oh,
Right.
can I please? I know who that is.
Huh? Juby
Oh.
head tilt.
Hello.
If you insist, sure.
We've met.
Oh.
Okay.
That would be Azul Ashengrotto.
Wait. How?
One of the goons who helped kidnap me.
Oh, I think you deserve this one.
He was
Tome's stepping
disguised.
back.
He was disguised as Dyer at the time. He's a druid.
Mm.
Ugh. Gross.
I don't even care what his problem was. I want this one.
Dyer,
You
who's
can take it.
Dyer,
Yeah.
who's been standing in the back of the group this whole time, just like puffs herself up, just like, what do you mean that little shit was disguising himself as me? He stole my face. I'm going to kill him.
Let's
Nice.
not kill anyone.
Stole your face and hypnotized me. Anyway.
Somewhere in the distance,
Brat!
Steph shudders.
That absolute brat. I swear to God, I'm going to eat him.
Don't kill anyone, please, because we do have laws
No.
about not killing people.
Yes, don't worry. We've got things sorted. With
Dyer
our
crosses her arms and mutters something that sounds suspiciously like, the wild has no laws.
If you
I
want
love Dyer.
to talk to him, and he does do air quotes, you can, just don't do
Get caught.
don't kill anyone and don't do anything that'll land you in prison. Okay.
Bold of you to
Please.
assume a prison could hold me.
Alright, give me the damn key.
Yeah.
Got it.
Alright. Holy shit. Okay, Prof is, I guess, really on it because he
Is
got...
he pissed, I'm guessing?
What?
I'm guessing he is spitefully pissed.
He's not even so much mad as he is just like, oh, ha, that one. Like, just...
I can handle what that one can't.
Yeah, so, I don't know, something like that. But he got a nat 20.
Sweet
Nice.
goodness,
Lamau.
Professor.
He has no wisdom modifiers, but he got a nat 20, so he's good.
Yeah, so, Professor, you take this key, which is made of, slightly oxidized copper, and is, carved with, symbolism that calls to the image of an octopus, and it has a golden shell making up the, top of it. And you stick it in the keyhole, turn it, and there's this vague notion of a feeling of hatred and paranoia, but, like, it's so not you that it's just easy to brush it off. Like, yeah, that is a bratty teenager. That is not me. That's not my feelings. These can't hurt me. This shit can't hurt me. This is not mine.
I'm actually wondering with this whether we want to have people who haven't experienced these emotions actually take them. Might
Yeah,
be
I
easier
think
to tell that they're not theirs.
Yeah, it might depend, because Gail did say that for Tom, he was the best person.
True.
It may depend on, like, the emotion and, like, if it's an emotion that's better if you've never felt it because it seems too wild, or if it's an emotion you're very intimate with and you know how to handle.
Yeah.
I think my ruling is the internally motivated emotions are easy to handle if you have experience, where the externally motivated emotions are easier to handle if you've never had the experience that motivated them. For example, the fear and self-loathing from Leona, that's better for somebody who knows how to handle fear and self-loathing, whereas hatred and paranoia from Azul is better for somebody who has none of the context that Azul had of why that hatred and paranoia was there, and is therefore like, why the fuck are you so angry, little man?
Fair.
Would Prof be able to put that together?
Possibly. Oatmeal, would you like to roll me an insight?
Yeah, sure. Oh, okay. That's a nat 20.
Oh,
I swear I rolled the dice. I swear
I
it
believe
actually
you.
rolled.
I
Okay.
heard
I
your dice
believe
clunk.
you.
We heard the clunk.
Okay.
Professor, I understand why this little man was such an annoyance.
It's a brat. Got it.
So, Professor, you now know everything I just said. How do you convey that to the rest of the group?
All right. I think if it's something you've experienced, it might not always be right for if it's something that comes from within, then maybe someone who's dealt with it before and knows how to should use the key. If it's something external, some external stress acting on one, then if it's completely foreign to you, it might be better. This he just sort of waves the key before giving it to Jubilee. This didn't really apply to me at all, and so it didn't really seem to have much of an effect. One of those external ones that I just didn't have a connection with.
Got
That
it.
makes sense.
There's a nod from Tome.
Right, that's good to know, actually.
That'll help us figure it out much easier who can handle what.
Right.
On to the next one.
Snake.
All right.
Snake.
Consult the notes.
Is that Kaleem?
Would I roll a history, dear DM?
Yes, you would roll a history.
All right. Okay, and then we're bringing out the guidance because it is an ability check that he has foreknowledge of, and no one would think it's weird for him to cast guidance.
Okay, so 17. Camille, you know that Kaleem, the person that Professor asked about, never overblotted, but Kaleem's best friend, second in command, person who hated him, something. Several things, really. Jamil did overblot and did have a snake motif.
All right. Would he be able to recall anything in the notes about the emotion, or?
I think... Roll me an insight.
That is what I am good at.
So it was never...
Nice.
Goodness!
So it was
Like I
never
said,
put down
that's what
specifically in the notes. But you're good at reading people and good at reading between the lines. And like I said, you know how I mentioned that Jamil had a very, very complicated relationship with Kaleem. You remember from the notes that Jamil had that complicated of a relationship with Kaleem because Jamil was kind of Kaleem's servant. Due to the caste system of the culture they grew up in. And
Jesus.
And he was always bitter about the fact that he was stuck being Kaleem's servant and couldn't... He knew he was great, but he wasn't allowed to show it. It was... You can infer that the emotions here, the ones that caused this overblot, would have been bitterness at a world you cannot change and unrecognized ambition.
All right,
Looks
he
at
would.
Camille.
He'd say that,
Tome
and
looks Camille dead in the eye.
Juby takes the key off the ring, holds it to Camille.
all right, okay. He takes the key, and he kind of taps Tome to be put down. If the lock is actually no, he might still need to be held.
Tome will hold him very protectively and gently and supportively.
I have to say, this is very concerning for Crystal, who has no context as to why this 8-year-old, quote unquote, has these feelings.
Camille pauses right as he's about to go to unlock it and is just, you see a lot of things as a detective?
He's a little shit who has the biggest ego in our house and has me, outdone by at least double because he thinks he's the smartest little thing around.
Nobody takes him seriously because of his age.
Yeah, that too.
I'm just gonna unlock it.
Okay.
Camille
Bullied
just
by-
like, I am being called out and I don't like it.
I am in this picture and I don't like it.
All right.
Roll me that whiz save.
Okay, thank goodness for advantage because the first one was a 7, but the second one was a 15.
Okay. That's a 19 total. Yeah,
Yep.
you do not get hit with the fire damage from this one.
Mm.
But yeah, you unlock it and it is that feeling of like knowing you could do more, knowing you are capable of so much more than anyone else ever lets you be, and feeling really, really bitter because again, no one will let you be that. No one will let you be great. But here, you're able to shrug it off because Camille, yours is kind of multi-directional, whereas this one got specifically targeted at one particular bitch.
Yeah, with Camille, it's multi-directional and also not necessarily anyone's fault. Like, yeah, people looking down on him for things outside of his control is something he deals with on a daily basis, but it's not necessarily their fault because he is very much a tiny child. So
there's also the fact, I think, probably with Camille, that he didn't have it as a result of the system. It was just, he looks like a child.
Yeah.
It's
So
not systematic oppression, it's you are baby.
Yeah. Like,
Your
normally
baby must protect.
Yeah, like there's systematic issues with children, but like it's not necessarily what Camille's experiencing, because what Camille's experiencing is stop trying to run into a burning building, you are 6.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is,
Who
Yeah.
keeps letting
a
this
normal
6-year-old run into burning buildings? What the fuck is wrong with you people?
Yeah. So he can
Tone
very
voice
easily
is a form of free parenting.
Yeah, he can very easily like put that feeling off to the side or talk himself like, nah, we're good. It's
We
not
Gucci.
anyone's fault.
He
Yeah.
definitely gets a squeeze from Tone while he's doing it too.
Oh. And he's just, see, I'm fine. And hands the key back to Jubilee, flips through the notes again, and is next is the peacock. So another
Just at that, just immediately looks at Jubilee.
Yeah.
Yeah, that I'm going to look anyways, but
Yeah,
You don't know.
Yeah.
What's the next one?
the peacock.
I pinned the list because I know we kept checking.
So that would be his history.
16.
Or-
So you remember that the peacock was the symbol of the Palmafiore dorm, and that specifically the house warden of Palmafiore dorm and the person to Overblot from Palmafiore dorm was someone called Vil, who there are a lot of notes about Vil in the book, in the notebook, but it's another case of, I don't think you specifically can twig the exact reasoning, but you can probably, again, rolling off of that 30 earlier, put together what it would have been, where the reason that Vil overblotted was the person he had spent his entire life being compared to, being called second best to, the person whose very existence had pushed Vil into constantly being typecast as a villain in all of the films that he worked on. showed up for this basically this arts festival at the school, this performing arts festival at the school. And despite how hard Vil and everybody in Pamashode dorm and everybody at NRC had worked to make their performance truly great, this guy Neige showed up and was able to win with basically a children's song. And do you have any idea how annoying it is to go up there with a full performance and get beaten by Baby Shark?
Yeah.
Wow.
Man.
Oh.
Yeah.
You had ranted to Professor about that.
Yeah. Camille, going through all that, it's just, this one might be for, cause it, trying to figure out if this would be more external or internal, and also trying to remember who hasn't opened a lock yet.
I
Min
think
hasn't yet.
Jubilee and Minami.
I'm like,
Okay.
if it's internal, I could see this being a Jubilee one.
Yeah, if
But-
it's internal, it goes to Jubilee. If it's external, it goes to Min.
It is definitely
I
more of an
think-
external one.
yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Even
So-
before they were debating that, Juby started taking the key off the ring and handed it over to Minami
Mhm.
with just
Juby voice.
Mm.
No, I don't
pat
want to
on
deal
her
with that.
Yeah.
just like, look, let's not
Okay.
tempt fate. I trust
Yeah.
you.
All right.
Juby gets a little squeeze on the shoulder and a very soft, proud of you from Tome.
Mm.
Oh.
Look, I've had my villain arc. It sucks. Let's just not even fuck with that again.
Yes, I would prefer not.
Yeah.
I can't exactly ground you if you're off in jail.
I don't want to go back to jail. It fucking sucks.
I would assume it does. But, Professor!
What?
Is that really a
That's
surprise?
Do you
I
think
don't
I've never
know.
been to jail?
I assume. This is a conversation we're having later.
All right. Minami, would you please?
Yeah. Min's gonna give it like Juby's arm like a little head bonk,
Mm-hmm.
and then does the thing.
Mm-hmm. Roll a whiz save.
Yeah, we save.
You've got this,
Which is
Minami.
good. She's got
You
got
have advantage. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I
We
am
will all be
assuming.
rooting for you.
I am assuming that Tome cast enhance ability on Prof.
Yes, he would have. He would have
Okay.
pulled he would have
Okay.
pulled a he probably
First
would have
roll.
pulled fur. I don't see him pulling a feather out of his pocket, but he would have pulled some fur out and cast a spell.
Mhm.
All right.
So first roll is a dirty 20.
You got this. Yeah, it
The
is-
other one is a 20 or 20.
Would you like a 30-20 or a 30-20?
Oh,
So it
Oh,
is
hard choice.
It is that feeling of like sorrow and frustration and constantly being typecast and working so hard only to have that work go completely unrecognized. And it gives you a teeny tiny bit of a headache, but you're able to shrug it off very, very quickly. And probably just be like, okay, nope, not it.
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
But you've got the key.
Can't relate.
Man, voice, the only type I've been typecasted as the hero.
Mm-hmm. All good?
Yeah, yeah. Nothing some ibuprofen can't fix.
Yeah.
He just like gives back the key and kind of like, I don't know, like kind of like a baton.
Mm-hmm. Baton pass.
Baton.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
So after that, it's the skull.
I guess I get dibs on this one.
It would probably go to you by default.
well, let's think about it first.
Check.
Yeah, it's best you know what you're getting into.
Yeah, fair.
All right, and to keep this from getting too repetitive,
Okay.
because you've rolled pretty well on being able to parse through Yoda's notes, to keep this from getting too repetitive, the skull one is associated with Idia, the house warden of Ignihide Dorm, who was someone who was driven to Overblot over his grief at the loss of his little brother, and his resignation to the fate of trying to keep within basically a prison system several experiments with the Overblot.
That feels like a very, very terrible one for Crystal to take, or potentially a very good one, depending on different circumstances. So I think she's, I'm out on that one.
Yeah.
Look,
Well.
considering if, lost a little brother and then, he came back and beat my ass for it, I think I can handle this with that memory.
Plus, I think you're about as far from the sciencey type as possible.
I'm not going to be offended this time.
Good.
You get one. And then Juby will take the key and unlock it.
With save?
Yeah, let me roll.
Somewhere in the universe, Timmy is laughing.
And it's a 16.
Would you like a 14 or a 14?
Yeah.
All right, you make it past, no problem.
Unlocks it, kind of rolls his shoulders, and is like, "Oh, I hope that brat is aware that he's doing an excellent job of keeping me in check."
Juby feels eyes. No, I'm joking.
And the last of the unfamiliar keys is the spinning wheel, which is associated with Malleus, the fairy dragon prince guy, who overblotted basically because he felt like his mentor and oldest friend and kind of father figure, who was for some reason also a student at the school. Don't worry about it. It's weird. Fairies are weird.
It's a bunch of immortals.
Yeah. Was retiring and was leaving, and he felt as though he was being abandoned. And it was a combination of that and of loneliness at being so incredibly powerful and so incredibly well known that nobody ever actually took the time to get to know him personally, and avoided him because they were afraid of him.
Tommy in my head's like, well, we need a person who's got the opposite shit.
Juby is looking
Maybe
between
just,
the
like-
professor and Tome. This feels like old person things.
Yeah. Tom, I think you still have unresolved feelings towards your own father figure, so we might want to...
I don't have a father figure. His face is flushing deep red.
All right, I'll take it.
Yeah.
Oh, bullshit. Here you go, Professor.
What is...
Case in point.
Yeah,
I love
everyone extra out. Professor, you're up.
I love
My
how...
relationship with my father was fine.
I do love how everyone is is both ominously hinting towards their own issues and being entirely called out by their friends.
I love that. I love that this
Yeah.
is what... I love that that is what this has created.
Tom is just standing there now, face flushed red, like I don't have a father.
All right, that makes it. You do not take damage.
Wait, I didn't.
Oh wait, no, never mind.
Oatmeal hasn't rolled.
Yeah.
Wrong time person.
Okay, that still makes it. Barely, but that makes it.
All right. It's probably part of the part that like gets close to getting him is the loneliness bit.
Oh.
Yeah, that would get him, huh?
And not quite being related to a level of power, but in some cases, in some parts of his history.
It is, immortality-based loneliness angst.
Yeah, he has some of that, but doesn't have daddy issues. And
Rip to Malleus, but the professor is different.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Toby, my head is still so offended by that call out. I'm weeping. Always, how did they find out? No, I don't have daddy issues. They couldn't have found. I'm gonna have to ramble about this later because it is fucking hilarious to me personally. How offended Tome is over this.
Right.
But yeah, Professor just turns it and yeah, he's fine. Shrugs.
Yeah, there's a faint little bit of nausea as it tries to poison you and utterly fails.
Professor knows a lot about poison, huh?
Yeah.
Man. That's another one down.
Right.
All right, and now we are on to the ones that you know.
Skip over the next two.
And here there's a funny little thing. Because each time you have gotten a set of 2 unlocked, there's been sort of a rattling sound, like a chain being pulled somewhere under the metal. And so here, you get the rattling sound as the chain is pulled through from Edia's to Malleus's, and then it goes from Malleus to Juby, and from Jubilee to Minimi, and from Minimi over to the next one, which would be Quinn.
Who wants my boy's trauma?
Well, his dumped boyfriend does have his key. I think Camille's just
Gay.
So, since we're getting into the ones people have personally dealt with, I think it would be fair to say if we defaulted to the people involved in it first.
Probably.
I'm not.
Looks like so.
Also, really quick,
Just-
a request has been made for a bio break. Do we want to pause here, get through the...
Here might be a good place to pause, yeah.
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 I can take my little puppy dog out.
Time for
Quickly grab
final
some lunch,
WALK.
Yeah, but
Yes.
Gonna
Between
grab a little
sets
bit
might
more
be good.
za.
Okay.
okay.
Alright. And let's break.
Bleep bloop.
Fuck. I started talking, and my mic was not fully on. I'm so smart.
That's you.
Yeah. I'm so normal about this game. I'm so normal about these keys. Mm-hmm.
Keys go bird.
I gesture to the commentary zone about why I'm so normal. Also, haha, points and laughs at Tome. Mm-hmm. Man. I love this group, Your Honor.
Me too.
Mm-hmm. And now we get to go the actual games. Got a wolf, hurricane, a burb, and the heart.
Yee.
Tom called out on his daddy issues. Meanwhile, the two totally not spirit rogues here are so good at hiding the fact that they know. They're so good about this. Don't worry about how they know. It's fine. It's not like there was a change of heart game that happened in this same soundstage. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Don't scroll up. Just don't look up there. It's not there. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Nobody's up there.
Nobody's up there.
Mm-hmm.
It's fine. We're fine. Everything's fine. It's all good.
Hello, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Bye-bye.
And
What
I
did
know
I miss?
Spec isn't here. I made a horrible pun.
Oh, I want to hear.
We were joking about the fact that Tome's change of heart game happened in this server, and the fact that the two that are spirit rogues here now are so shit about hiding how they know about his daddy issues. And I was like, no, don't scroll up in the game zone. Don't do it. Nobody's up there. Don't scroll up there. Nobody is up there.
That's hilarious.
I love that name. I'm gonna have so much fun bullshit with that name.
It's great.
Mm-hmm. I love his design. And yeah, Candle, Crystal is not getting away without Juby talking to her. Cause like, hang on, hold up, what?
Yeah, no, those are old burns.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, before all this started, when they were standing together and everybody was looking at the keys, there was definitely a look like, we are talking about those.
Yeah, yeah,
Mhm.
just a face and then look away.
Who
Yeah,
hurt my
she's
gossip
not what-
buddy?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm. GB voice.
that
What
one
happened?
is a that one is a complicated answer.
Fair and understandable. Have a nice. It's fine. They both have very complicated stories behind scars. It's okay. It's fine.
Yeah,
Hello.
and totally not any emotional baggage behind them either.
No, not at all.
We're back.
Mm-hmm.
Oi.
Hoi.
Hoi hoi.
Yeah, fair. Oatmeal brings up a good point as well. I got new water. If anybody else's hydration is low, now is the time to obtain more.
I think I have enough hydration.
I have plenty of water.
Points the
I have
self-care
water,
gun at
but
you all.
I did take a sippy.
Good.
I had like a whole glass earlier.
I'm on my
Sippy.
I'll
second
get
water
some more.
bottle.
I'll go get another.
Good.
Sippy.
Man. I can't go on a ramble right now, even though I want to. I could. I can't.
Wraps you in a blanket.
Professor was very pleased to to be able to use Azul's key.
Mm-hmm. Look, he deserved it. He did.
He did.
Mm-hmm.
He did.
And Seth getting called out for using Tyre's cat form. Yeah. Yeah.
Actually, thinking about it, like, it's probably not an unfamiliar feeling directed at Professor, would it be, with his adventures and everything?
Mm.
What, paranoia?
Well, paranoia and angry at otherness would be an emotion that Professor would have experienced others having
Oh,
around him.
oh, 100%. I mean, that's
Mhm.
why half the time he just like goes with the assumption that he's human and like just doesn't contest it.
Mm.
Yeah.
It's fine. This was a dude who lost all his power in one fell swoop and was immediately like, oh, I'm gonna get thrown to the side. It's fine. Looks away from where he is right now. Don't worry about that.
Okay.
We're also normal here.
Mm-hmm. It's fine. It's fine. It's good. It's chill.
Professor has also had the conversation with you to give context enough to realize, okay, maybe the kid didn't like learn from his overblot, but
Mm-mm.
that doesn't like he probably did learn from the kidnapping. So like, you know,
You think?
go a little bit easy on the guy. So, you know, Professor's that's why Professor wasn't like super pissed about it. He was just like, the irony.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
He
Hi, I'm
deserves a
back.
little irony. Welcome back.
Hey.
We're back.
Hello.
Mm-hmm.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
We're doing good. We're having a good time. We only have 4 keys left.
Mhm. I'm
Having
having
a
fun
good
reading
Having
through
a
the
good
top.
time. Star racing through the sky like a diamond, and the laws of gravity. I'm a racing car passing by like Lady Godiva. I'm gonna go, go, go. There's no stopping me. I'm burning through the sky. Yeah. I had to.
We love
Yeah.
this so much.
Mhm.
Honestly, half of the reason I didn't sing well is I couldn't remember the words.
Ellen.
Hmm.
Also, do you want to know something very funny?
Gee.
Always.
Of
Oh.
course.
Camille's currently, since we're at Quinn's Lock now, Camille's currently conflicted
Mm-hmm.
because on one hand, he is gay.
Mm-hmm.
On the other hand, Minimi was also there.
Mhm.
Yeah,
and
they're just.
he's
I was
just
gonna.
like,
I was about to suggest like they rock paper scissors it.
Mm-hmm.
like she has just as much right as he
Mhm.
does. So like his B thought was like maybe them doing it together.
Hmm.
Oh, that could be cute.
Mm-hmm.
There is going to be an odd number left because
Yeah.
there would be someone who would only do one otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
Because we've got 4 left and we've done 7 and there are 6 of us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Tome did do 2,
Previously, yeah.
right?
Mhm. Yeah, Tom already did the ones he was involved in, so he's probably out
Mhm.
of the picture for now.
Fair.
Tom is too busy with his crisis over how they knew he had a father figure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're right, that's still 5 people though.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So we have for the last one.
We could potentially talk them out before.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I figure we should do now.
Yeah, because we don't have anyone from current Overblot. So we could give that one to someone who doesn't have any applicable keys.
Maybe Crystal?
Yeah.
But Crystal's is the ibis.
Well,
Crystal
but what
has to potentially, I don't know, that's one of the things I do want to talk about is that she is of two minds because part of her is like, I don't really want anyone else to experience what I felt when I went through my Overblot. But then also, like, maybe that's a sign that I should give it to someone else as, like, trust kind of thing. She's
Yeah.
unsure.
Yeah,
Hmm.
I was going
That's fair.
I was going to recommend Professor since he dealt with that Overblot
Mm-hmm.
and already kind of knows.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Just she is going to be very hesitant over handing that over to someone else.
Yeah, of course, sure.
What do we know about Current?
I mean, I've listened to the game, but like our characters don't know shit.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Wait,
Current's
Fletcher, wasn't Lemon part of that?
Yeah, Lemon was part of that game.
I don't remember if I was able to catch it, so.
Yeah, Lemon was part of that game. She very much is not here right now.
I mean, long story short, like, it's about being othered.
Yeah.
That's like that's probably one of the bigger and being very resentful and angry and upset about it.
Yeah.
What I just walked back on?
Explaining Current's Overblot.
Yeah, we're trying
Ah.
to delegate the rest of the
Remaining.
keys in a way that's fair to everyone.
Yeah.
On
'Cause-
one hand, I have a stupid reason for why I would want Juvie to try the hurricane one.
Which is?
Oh.
In
Hugh
the eye
Funny
of a
Hamilton.
hurricane.
Hugh Funny Hamilton joke. I have to.
I knew it.
Oh my god.
It's me.
Yeah, in theory, we could do it like Min and Camille both do Quins. Jubilee does Currents. Crystal and Professor do Crystals, and then I'm going to assume that the last one would be Yura's, so in theory we could maybe all do it together or something, but I don't know if we have that particular key just yet.
That could be thematic.
I think we do have that key, because a key appeared on our thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Also, Tom opened it before.
Okay, yeah. So if we have that, then it would probably be the most thematic if we all did it together.
I'm gonna be real though, that would be
That's
a
a lot of
nightmare
hands on one
logistically.
key.
But
It's fine. We'll see what
Tune
our
logic.
dear DM. Yeah. It's fine. Like we can.
we'll get to that when we come to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tome is stepping back because Tome's technically already opened the first two.
Yeah, you've jumped the shark, my man, so you get to sit back now.
Tome is so happy for that. He is having his own crisis right now. He is sitting back, trying to figure out when the fuck do they learn about dough?
It's fine. Don't question it. They're so good at being secret spirit rogues. They're so good at it.
Might think it was Professor, but like I don't think he actually told Professor about dough. So
Yeah.
Like, the best part is it's not even like an illogical thing. Like, me could probably know about dough. Like, it's not a hard to find out information about Tome.
Yeah, like if Tome pries, Camille could just be like, I'm a detective who worked with the Toontown Police Department personally
Oh
for
God,
numerous
you've met him.
cases.
Tome looking like you just stole the rest of his life force from him.
My mom, I'm pretty sure my mom was like at least casual work friends with him.
I also love this like
God,
kind of
you're
like
probably
Tone
right.
being like, what else do they know?
Alright.
Tome voice. The fuck?
Crisis
How many
aside.
secrets do I
Crisis aside.
even have anymore?
All right. Like Oatmeal said.
Hi, Gail.
We have game.
Yes.
Yes.
Game.
I was not sure if Gail had returned because I did not hear them for a while.
Oh no, I've been here. I've just been scrolling through Pinterest.
That's so
I've
fair.
been here the whole time.
I've
Oh,
been
fuck.
here the whole
We've
time.
been being watched and we didn't even know
Alright.
it.
So the
It's
next
wolf time.
yes.
Yes! Yes! This is a part that's, for me, specifically highly enjoyable. I get friend and gay. Best timeline.
Yeah, so if we're getting back into it,
Mm-hmm.
like, what is your opinion on sharing the locks and such?
I'd allow it. I'd say that would let you make the wisdom save at advantage because the magic is trying to hit 2 people at once and is therefore lessened.
Aren't we already making our advantage?
Yes.
We are
Okay,
now.
then let me half the DC, I guess. But
Fair enough.
screw me for
Fair.
trying to be a nice DM. God.
No,
We love you.
sorry!
I'm so sorry.
You're an amazing DM. I love you so much.
I love
But-
you too. Don't cry. I'm going to be making you cry later. Save your tears.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm shocked.
getting back into it, Camille does very much know what the next lock on the list is, as he kind of let me roll something real quick, because
Are
it would
you
be
ready to experience your dump crush, whatever the fuck you want to call him,
fair.
internal self-loathing, but also jealousy, but also fear, but also gay crisis?
He got a 2 on the dice for that, so he
Oh my god.
the poor boy, he does have a little bit of a blush, unfortunately, for everyone.
Wait, I'm rolling insight.
Does Min even need to roll an insight?
Min knows. Min
No.
knows. Min saw him look at the lock, look over, and then he just shakes his head. It's just, Min, since we, did this one both, we should try and unlock it together? Oh, yeah. Yeah, for reference, your DC would be 13.
Love now!
Oh my god.
Oh, was it that boy that you and Leo were talking about?
It's
A boy.
Quenya.
Hmm.
Just
Oh.
Far too young.
Oh.
Oh, you're far too young, Camille. We will have to talk about this later.
you
indeed.
shut your whore mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Camille!
Can we
Language.
please just unlock it now?
Sure. Sure.
Min's having the time of her life, it sounds like.
She's not saying anything in fear of outing in front of, like, Crystal, but, like, you know. She's a big sister.
Crystal's. There's a reason I'm not rolling insight for Crystal because she's like, romance, nope. I'm not interested.
That's why Tone made the comment about you're too young to, like, try and throw it off a little.
Mhm.
Yeah. It's fine. We're tossing down crumbs for
Yeah.
We're supposed to have a revelation later on during the Druid's rebirth.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, right in the middle
Yeah.
of, like, the boss fight of druids.
Yeah, but back
Uh-huh.
to the current game.
Yeah,
Back to
sorry.
the game.
What did you get? Oh.
Let's
Roll
let's
the whiz saves.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay,
Uh,
so
7. There we go. Oh, 15. Okay.
okay, plus, and then on the other end of the spectrum,
Yep.
Yeah, you both make it easily, especially with the DC having been cut in half. So,
power of friendship.
Mhm.
I think with that one, like, I'm sorry, my brain just shredded out.
You're still valid.
Fair.
It's okay.
It's very similar to the first one, or second one. It's very similar to when one got opened, and like there's the notion of what this should mean, of what this power is, what should be behind it. It is the notion, the idea of this sense of intense internal conflict and self-blame and self-hatred. But it doesn't click with either of you. Because it really is just the idea. It's not the feeling. With the magic split two ways, it can't even transmit the feeling, just the thought.
Oh.
Alright.
Yeah. She's still gonna just let a kind of a sad sigh.
Camille gives her a gentle pat. Well, that's another one down. And without any more issue. It does look like multiple people holding on to the same key can help.
Yeah, it didn't. I don't know.
Wasn't as strong.
No.
All right.
It's I think you're called it to use a metaphor that Yura made. It's like the LaCroix of an emotion, more so.
Skis?
Yes. Emotion from 3 rooms over.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
More so
Accurate,
the
but wow.
idea of it than the actual thing itself.
All right.
Okay.
I'm gonna be thinking about the phrase LaCroix of the LaCroix of anything, to be honest. It's just gonna be in the back of my head now.
Emotion-flavored LaCroix.
I need to use that metaphor more. That is hilarious, actually.
So
The next one is.
I don't think any one of us was involved, was it?
What is this? A hurricane?
Who's this?
I don't know. Bunch of druids, I think.
Would it be in the notes?
Probably. Yeah, there was probably notes on Current's Overblot, although they're a lot more vague because you wasn't actually personally there.
Wait.
It did pop up in the notes. I think it's for someone named Current.
Are they like blue and watery and unsettling?
Yeah, a druid from Forsana, so...
I met them, they're weird.
Wow.
He pulls a face like,
Jubilee.
No, it was... I don't know how to describe them. I've never met a person like them.
Well...
No shit. Also, they were a tiger when I got pulled into working for a cat-made cafe.
What?
What?
Yeah, that happened.
Okay, so...
I remember them from that.
They're a druid
These are
from
words.
Forsana, so...
I can imagine that would...
Yeah.
Issues.
Probably something to do with the prejudice there. And... I don't really think I can go off too much more than that, but...
I don't... I'm not going to do this one.
Yeah.
Fair. I mean, I could give it a try.
You do at least know them better than anyone else.
Tom
The
nods
fact
like
that you met them is more than the rest of us have.
Yeah.
Fair. And
Not
I'm
to
also,
mention, I'm
whatever I
not big of a
discover here, whenever I discover here, I'm not gonna say anything because, they kind of terrify me. We're good.
Wild.
He's gonna find the key.
They've got the key.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And he's gonna be the one undoing the lock.
Yep.
All right, roll me that whiz save.
I have to make the Hamilton joke.
Oh,
Oh, thank God for advantage. Whew. Yeah, we'll take a 21.
oh gosh, yeah.
That was almost really bad.
To be fair, I think that might be the second roll. So
Yeah, that's fair.
Hmm.
We're good. We're good. We're fine. We're chill. It's a 21. We're safe.
Yee. 21. So. Words. Yeah. GB, you're kind of getting the hang of this. And while there is that strong feeling of roughly what you might be able to expect, wrath, vengeance, the frustration with being made the other and therefore being looked down on, and something that's actually familiar to you in frustration and anger and vengeance that you want not for your own sake but for the sake of someone you love, someone you care about, your family. It's intense, but it's not, again, it's intense, but it is not yours, and therefore it is easier to move past than it might otherwise have been.
And I look at his character progression. He is able to take a deep breath in and out. Because we have learned his anger is not as bad of a thing as he was once terrified of. And he is able to finish undoing the lock and put the key back on the ring. Okay.
Oh, this bird's so gentle.
We're so proud of him, Your Honor.
He's doing so well.
He shifts his wings and does not think much of the clicking of gears, simply tilts his head at Crystal and Professor and that ibis lock.
Ah. Right. Well, Crystal, what do you think? I think I could handle it, but if you'd rather... Uh-oh. I think Candle just had internet trouble.
Oh,
Yep.
sorry. Yeah, I just disconnected and I had to reconnect.
It's all
Am
good.
it's okay.
You're back now.
Oh, good. I was so worried.
The
I
curse.
didn't hear anything after the after Karen's lock was broken.
Okay, so then they're looking. Jubilee looked to Professor and Crystal and the Ibis. And Professor just said, like, "Well, what do you think?"
Right. All right. Yeah, there's sort of like a deep breath, and then, to be honest, a very large part of me doesn't want anyone other than myself to feel what I felt then. But I'm also not sure whether it is something I should do alone either.
You are recovering from it right now,
Yeah.
in a way.
Yes, and taking it by myself would go against what I had to learn. But I'm still not sure I'm comfortable with just someone else taking it.
Sorry, was that you are or aren't?
Aren't.
All right.
She's not comfortable with just leaving it to someone else, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Oh, all right. Just would somebody else like to do it with me? That'd be all right.
The two of you could try to do it together.
Oh,
Minami and Camille did state that
right.
that was easier.
So Crystal would still be sharing, but would also be able to help burden.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
If you're all right with that, Professor.
I am, if you are.
Let's do this.
All right.
I love that.
I'm so normal about this group, Your Honor.
Good.
You and me both.
But yeah, they'll take the key and turn it in the lock.
All right, roll me that whiz save.
Yep. Good God, Professor. Wisdom. It's a good thing that the DC was lowered.
That's good. That's good.
The other roll was a nat 1.
Oh,
Oh boy.
My other roll was a 2.
Oh boy.
gosh. The power of
Love
friendship.
advantage. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Crystal would have made it on a 2 with the +6 modifier. Professor would not have made it on a 1.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
So, yeah, it is, again, the emotion-flavored LaCroix.
Still gets me.
The idea of the feeling of stress and isolation, more than the actual sensation of the emotion. In a manner that is very familiar, of course, to Crystal, and that Professor would have seen during Crystal's Overblot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's all of ours. I guess it's the final one now. How do we do this one?
Right. Well, we all have the key for that one. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
I've
No.
done it myself before, and I agree. This is definitely one that would do best with multiple people.
well,
I don't think we can all do it, can we? The key's not that big.
well, we
I
could.
don't know. We could all
fucking-
hold hands or something. It's a current, isn't it?
Hand
Yeah.
pancake stack.
Yeah.
No.
I think that should work. If it's a current, then we add to the circuit.
Mm-hmm.
There's
We
a
might
nod.
have to put our hands together, but
That's fine.
I don't think any of us will mind holding hands.
I don't know. I wouldn't want to hold hands with you guys.
Oh, Jubilee,
do.
don't be
Jubilee,
You're making me to be sad.
It's alright, me. He was being sarcastic.
Okay.
Yeah,
Jubilee?
yes. That was sarcasm then.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right.
Everyone
They'll-
going together?
yeah.
Our friendship.
I guess we're all.
Mhm.
And I will say, given that it's like literally all of you together, I literally can't cut the DC that small, so I'm just gonna say it works.
All right.
Yay! That's the power of friendship.
Y'all fucking pancake stack your hands to get this key in the lock and turned, and there is a final click and that rattling sound again. But the rattling sound doesn't stop when the chain unlocks that, slides through that final lock. Instead, it's like all of the metal surrounding this coffin is coming unglued, coming unraveled, and you guys have to step back a bit as the metal on the surface of the coffin sort of untwists and unravels itself, and those of you who have watched The Librarians with me, think what it looks like when the ribbons of metal that were around Excalibur's stone get shooped into the floor.
Ooh.
That's cool.
Leaving, of course, the glass coffin. And for a moment, it is just the glass coffin, and you can't see anything inside because the inside is so completely full of that black ink.
Shit. Come on, we're not too late.
I'm sorry,
Can
Tom would have
you hear
reached
us?
his fucking hand in.
The glass...
Yeah, nobody yet.
Okay, the glass isn't open, thank goodness.
The glass on the surface of the glass lid of the coffin then shatters, and that ink that was built up underneath sort of the arched surface, underneath the sort of arched lid, spills out over the floor, and out of it bloom glowing white magnolia flowers. And there is, in fact, a humanoid figure seemingly asleep within the ink. And there's no sign of movement, but there is breathing. So
Instinct to roll medicine check.
Min also wants to roll medicine.
Everyone just start rolling that medicine.
Let's do the medicine checks.
Disgusting, nervous man.
These dice aren't being any kinder on me either, and I'm honestly debating on using my inspiration point on this check.
I mean, she is a doctor.
Yeah.
I forgot we had
will say
inspiration points.
Don't use it on this.
Okay.
There's not much to find here.
I'm just tired of the dice bullying me.
Man.
You're so valid for
Would the
that.
bot be any nicer, do you think? Or
Looking at my rolls, no.
fair?
I'm not rolling.
Wraps candle and blanket. I'm just going to say, just in general with the medicine checks, the only ones who can't figure this out are Min and Juby.
Yeah.
That is still very much an alive person. It's just someone who's very, very deeply asleep.
The Eepies!
The Eepies! This place makes you sleepy.
Could I do an Arcana check to see if it's natural, poke them and they'll wake up, or
As
is
the
it
DM,
more...
I will say it is not magic based. You can just wake him up.
Okay,
we don't gotta do a big old smooch, got it.
Okay.
No!
Who wants to boop the boy?
Min wants to boop. Oh, never mind. Go ahead.
Professor would just reach in and move the hair from his face.
I think Min should boop.
And there's kind
As
of
well.
when Professor moves the hair out of his face, there's kind of a and hand reaches up to try and bat at the professor's hand.
Okay, he's fine.
You gotta get up.
Come on, dear. It's time to get up. You've been sleeping long enough.
We're waiting for you.
What's going... Wait. Ah!
Well, that's at least a normal reaction.
He'll just waves from where he's probably still in Tom's arm.
Tom holds him up like like a little teddy bear. A little presentation.
Yoda like
Alas, you woke up
jumps
before
and
I could get the bucket of water.
Yoda jumps and like stumbles back in this coffin that's still full of like pitch black ink, and he just like presses himself back against the wall, just like, what the?
Whoa, hey,
Wait,
easy,
wait,
easy.
don't-
Don't
breath.
That's the
Deep
bad
breath.
goop. Don't, not that way.
Yeah.
Not that way.
Careful. All right.
I,
Back up, everybody.
what? What? Huh?
It's okay.
You're.
Give him some space.
How are you? What?
Take your time.
Oh.
Well, I told you we'd come for you, didn't I?
You did.
And you said you would hang on.
Yeah, I did say that, didn't I? And you did come, didn't you? Oh God, how are you here? That shouldn't be possible. That. Oh God, how? Whoa. Okay. Whoa, dizzy. And he just kind of like sinks
it
down
easy.
and like
Yeah.
sits on the edge of the coffin. And Comet, would you like to share your lovely art with the class?
Yes.
I've been waiting for this!
Choose on the walls
Okay.
of Discord.
I have literally been waiting for this piece specifically.
Here you go.
Aww.
Oh,
Time to die.
Oh.
Discord, I'm gonna fucking kill you.
It looks so good.
It does.
Yay!
I am not normal at all. Holy shit.
so pretty.
Oh, I'm gonna be
So
feral for so I'm
Easy.
I do a little jig.
Comet art, my beloved, it's so delicious, but also everybody please applaud Comet because they like broke themselves over this. Dear
Oh, yeah.
God.
You.
It's okay.
Cup.
Thank you.
You're magical. Comment.
Mm-hmm.
Yay. Ah.
Okay. Cool.
Just take your time. We'll answer things one by one. Is that okay?
First,
Yeah, no, of course, that's fine. Whoa, give me a
First of
second. I
all-
think I gave myself a head rush.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just take your time. You've been through a lot.
Gods. And he like
How are
looks
you
down at
feeling?
he looks down at his hands and is just like, holy shit, I have hands again. That's okay. That feels weird. That feels
Yeah.
very strange. Okay.
Yes, you have hands.
Yes.
For a bit I did not. That was very uncomfortable. Sorry.
I would assume so.
Yeah.
Oh God, what happened to this place? My room looks unsightly. Oh, 1 minute. And he like throws his legs out over the side of the coffin, stands up, very wobbly, nearly falls over.
Yeah, I don't think that's
Tone-
what we should be focusing on right now. Just
And he snaps his fingers, and the color floods back into the room. And
At
things
this point,
start
Tone
setting
probably would've
themselves to
put-
rights.
Down Camille so that he could try and support Yura with how much Yura's trying to rush to things.
Yeah.
yeah.
Both of you are idiots. Just sit down.
Like, he's pretty sure Camille can understand being put down.
Yeah. Camille was about to go like, just stop. That's not what you should be focusing on right now. But then Yura snaps his fingers and it's just, oh.
All right, there's a chair and it's not messy anymore. You can sit in the chair.
Both of you, please, just sit. Looking at Tome.
Tome gives a
No,
look, but he does sit down and forces Yura to sit as well.
Yura just
no,
gets pulled, flops. And
Yep.
He's just like,
I'm sorry, Tome is using himself as a giant stuffed animal of yours, basically, to keep you stuck. He learned this from Camille.
he's just he's still just so confused. And I should note, Yoda looks different here than he's looked anytime you guys have seen him. Like, he's recognizable enough that you can, tell it's him. But
Yeah.
this is not, for one thing, this is not a toon. This is a real kind human, maybe 16 years old, with a familiar shade of brown hair and a familiar, very heavy set of freckles.
Mhm.
I'm
But-
going to cry.
He's
I'm just
a lot skinnier than he was when he first showed up as a toon. And he has brightly colored paint splashed all over him, and a t-shirt that is tucked in but is also very clearly way too big on him, that across the front says RAM, Riverside Art Museum.
I'm gonna
Okay,
die.
let's
Oh.
try and. Ooh, nice.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Pizza boy.
Yes, I've been waiting for this. Yes. I'm sorry, I remember when you first made that. I still feral over it.
It was very, very good.
Mm-hmm.
Gale art beats the spec.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad.
It feeds the me too.
I'm glad.
It's good.
Let's start with something simple. Do you remember your name, dear?
Yeah, of course. I'm Yoda. Well, Yurael Morgan Au'Dienz, but... And over in the background, Dyer, like, hisses and shakes her head and says, I've told you not to give everyone the full version. Jesus.
I don't
Yeah.
believe any of us are Fae, so you're all right this time.
Professor glances at Crystal.
Dyer points at herself.
Yeah.
Dyer,
I mean-
let's be honest. If anybody was going to have Yura's full name already, it would be you.
No, I know. He already belongs to me. He's my henchman.
All
Okay.
right.
Does not belong to anyone.
We're getting
Mm,
off topic right now.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So
And I will note that Yura just, like, startled and is just blinking confusedly at this very, tall, anthropomorphic cat lady and is just like, what? That Dyer? And she just, like, waves at him, just like, see? I told you I was powerful. You just didn't believe me. I always believed you. I just thought you were being self-aggrandizing, like most people back there. Sure. You thought I was crazy. Okay, maybe a little.
That does get us laugh out of tone, too.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Here's another one. Do you know where you are?
This is supposed to be Ramshackle Dorm, but it doesn't look right. It's...
What
Yes.
do you remember last?
This is a severance space, isn't it?
Yes, dear.
yes, it's
Mhm.
Yes.
your severance space.
Well, I would assume so, given that I was the one bound.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness, I didn't hurt any of you, did I? I'm so
Oh,
sorry.
no.
I didn't mean to.
No.
Nope.
No, dear.
Well,
None of us took any damage. Oh.
This is
Well-
probably the easiest overblocks
From you.
I've dealt with.
That's good, at least.
Mm-hmm.
He kind of puts his head in his hands and is just, last thing I remember, I mean, there's bits and pieces from all over the place. It's really hazy.
Here's
Okay.
another
That's-
question. Do you know who we all are?
Mm-hmm. And he nods and says, yeah, of course I do. And he, like, points to each of you in turn and is just like, Jubilee? Points up at Tome.
Mhm.
Investigator Tome. Points over at Crystal.
Oh!
Hello?
Continue.
Who?
Hmm?
Continue. Tome just handed me something I need to process.
All right.
Points over at Crystal. Dr. Everlight. Points over at, the professor and just and kind of gets sort of a smile on his face that's, kind of that smile that people have when they're in on a joke that you're not, and says, the professor. And Minami Shannon.
Hi.
And Camille? Why are you a syrup?
Huh?
Syrup?
You're a syrup. You're condensed. Why are you saturated?
It's fine. It's fine.
Oh.
It's fine.
Boiled
Don't
you.
worry about it. Don't worry about it.
My friend
He's
has
just
been
like this.
boiled.
It's fine.
It's
That's not the word I'd like
It
to
happens when he gets stressed. It's a sign of stress for him.
okay, please. I can answer
Yeah.
things myself.
Sorry, Camille.
use. Sorry.
This is so not helping.
Yeah.
Is this one of those things where I should probably just accept that this place works weird and move on with my life?
Probably.
I think so, yes. It's...
Okay, but we're diluting you later. That can't be healthy.
Diluting me is the goal. I don't know what you're... Just... It's fine. But... Don't... I'm not really the one that we should be worrying about right now.
Professor leans forward and just says, "It's a secret and we're dealing with it."
Oh, okay. And he makes like a zip the lips gesture.
Crystal is standing right there.
Yeah. Camille was just... Anyways, getting back on topic. So you mostly remember bits and pieces, which I guess does make sense.
There's a lot near the beginning, but the further on you get, the more... Ah, fucking hell. He kind of puts his head in his hands, just, ow, that hurts.
It's alright. Don't strain yourself. Some of it make him come back. Otherwise, it's fine. We're here to make sure that you're going to be okay.
Yeah,
It's most of it, I remember like watching a movie, which is... I know why it happened, I just hate it.
I mean, that's
I-
fair.
can't really blame you for that.
0 out of 10 experience. Don't get reduced to a set of data points. Being a Wikipedia page on your own life fucking sucks.
We can imagine.
So, well, with any luck, we'll make sure that you won't have to deal with that anymore. Speaking of, I
Isn't that supposed to be like a
believe-
puzzle here? Something that we gotta deal with now?
yeah, that's what I was getting to.
Didn't you just do it? You would have had
Well-
to get me out of here. That's how it usually works.
We got you out of here, but things... Once that happens, Inkspace normally destabilizes and we're allowed
Yeah.
out. That
Oh, it
hasn't
stopped.
happened.
It stopped doing that.
Didn't happen for mine.
Oh.
What?
That's-
It
that's
didn't do it for
bad.
hers.
That's bad.
That's-
That shouldn't be happening. That's what? Why
Not-
did no one tell me
Yeah.
about that? That's a problem, and he will be... Do I need to make like a strength check to see if he can get up?
Strength against home.
Alright,
Ha!
That's
Good luck!
he has a +0 to strength. He's...
Oh, then you better have rolled a nat 20.
Oh boy. Okay, just calm down, okay, Yara? We'll figure this out.
13.
That would have been good to know. But we're here now, so we have to figure things out.
But no, if this place isn't... It should have been collapsing by now. We should have been needing to find the way out by now. The exit.
Dear,
We should go to the exit.
not yet. No, there's something else that needs to happen first.
What?
You made it
Well, we...
mostly through the Overblot. There's nowhere for you to go back to yet.
That is probably the worst way you could have it.
I'm sorry.
You're very bad
To
at that, sir.
put
For
things
being
in
a
a better
bard,
way,
you are awful at reading a room.
We've talked about this at length.
Can I please just explain things to Yura?
Sorry.
Yes.
That's a 6
So-
on a wisdom save.
Yeah, Camille is just... Okay, Yura,
Let's let Camille go.
You will be fine, okay?
That's not what I'm worried about.
Right, well, what are you worried?
Nothing to go back to. You mean the body it was using, it died. I died. That means that we're stuck here. That means that we can't get out. That means that you guys are trapped with me. That's not fair.
We're getting a little bit
hold on.
ahead of ourselves, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Dear says that she can help you, which means that you're not dead. At least not in a way that makes any tangible difference to us getting out of here.
Dyer kind of does a hand wobble gesture. More
That-
like the body is being held in stasis by the ritual and I can fix it.
So,
Still works.
ergo, not dead. And we have a solution to making sure you stay that way.
And getting out of here, there's those mirrors at the top of the place, but even if that's a long, pecking walk, it's still a way out.
We will work this out regardless of what happens. You should know that by now.
The paint marks on Yoda's face start to fade back to color, where for a minute they had gone completely black.
Man.
Man.
He just... It's not fair. It's not fair that
It's
that
not.
should have to be the solution. You played the right way. I won. You won. We should have been able to get out of here. It's not fair that he... It's not fair.
It's not.
It's
fair,
not.
no.
But we're not going to let him win.
We already beat his ass.
We have the solution. We just need to take the steps towards it. I can assure you that no matter what happens, we will get out of here and we will win.
And we're bringing you with us.
As long
And
as
really-
you guys get out okay, I really don't care about me.
See,
care
that's a
about
problem.
you.
That's a bit of a problem. Yeah,
You're
because as
No,
said,
sorry, I phrased that wrong. Sorry, this place fucks with my head.
Okay,
It's...
good.
Hey, Yura, look at me for a second, please.
And he looks up.
I told you before. We're gonna help you, okay? You're our family. And that means you will be getting out of here with us.
Okay, Toby, he is just handing me crying.
Man.
You
fuck!
He just tears up.
Why?
He's just crying.
Tom's just gonna pull him into a tight hug and kind of tuck his face into his coat.
Dyer, over by the back of the group, just lets out a little sigh and was just like, huh, well, that got resolved faster than I thought it would. Alright, you guys should head downstairs, I'll be back. And she walks over to the fireplace in the corner of the room and vanishes.
Dyer, what the fuck does that mean? That is so ominous.
later.
Actually, wait, I messed up her line. It's, you guys should head towards the exit. I won't be back. And then she whoosh.
Well, I guess we did it. I'm not really sure what we did, though.
They saved Yura.
Does
Well,
it matter?
Let's see if we can get Yura walking first.
Mm-hmm.
Do we need to?
I can carry Yura.
As much as it would be, it might be ideal to carry Yura in the long term, but probably a good idea to see at least how steady he is overall in case.
Do
Come
you
on,
think that
Yes.
Flet, you go.
do you think that if I gave him some water that would help? I don't know how ink space works in that regards.
He is crying a lot, so may help either way.
Yoda does kind of laugh at that and like, I'm right here.
Well, Yura,
Here,
would you
would
like
giving
some
you water help?
Honestly, I wouldn't say no to it.
And he fumbles. What does he pull out instead? That is an 8. Let me check. Having a character with a high fumble chance is all well and good until you actually start fumbling.
Okay, but consider, it's funny.
True.
Laughter is a very good medicine, even if it is at someone else's expense.
Okay, I'm going to re-roll that one because we don't need to stress out Tom any further.
What the
No,
fuck were
stop
you about to
rolling.
pull out?
The ink dipper feather.
Ugh.
Yeah.
I
no.
can just say Tome's looking away. I can say Tome's focused on Yura. This way we can free ourselves from the curse
It's
of
fine.
rolling for eternity.
Oh, actually, this is perfect. He instead of pulling out a bottle of water from his hammer space, he instead pulls out a scrap of fabric, which is attached to even more fabric, which is attached to even more fabric.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness!
This is not what you think it is, but
That's not the code, I know.
yeah. And the fabrics actually seems to be made out of like a pretty chunky knit pattern. And Jimmy, you recognize this thing the moment he gets a sleeve out. This is one of your sweaters. And it is larger than Camille is.
He sees it, he recognizes the color immediately, and just starts grinning.
Meanwhile,
I
Yoda just
fucking
probably
knew it.
Yoda probably just starts giggling over just it's like the magician pulling the endless string of handkerchiefs out of their sleeve.
Because he's like he still has to get the rest of the thing out as he's just this I don't know how this ended up in here. You shut up.
Such a mystery. It's almost
And you're
like
detective.
Leo isn't the only one who steals from my closet.
He just weakly tosses the sweater at Jubilee as it's finally all the way out.
It's all right, Camille.
Catches
We
it.
know you care.
Here, you wouldn't happen to want the sweater, would you?
Oh, I think I have plenty if Yura needs another coat. Don't worry. We wouldn't need you to... You don't need to sacrifice so much, Camille. Tome has a small shit-eating grin.
Why are you talking at him? This is my sweater. I was the one who was stolen from.
Oh, you'll be fine, Jubilee.
By the way, Tom, I don't think you should be carrying Yura all the way back because your core is still healing.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Fine.
You're hurt? What happened?
I will say, well, this. Oh,
No, you go. Sorry, this just was in character.
I was just gonna say, while this has been happening, I do think Crystal has been running through like physical tests, you know, after someone's been unconscious for a long while. Like, you know, can you touch your nose for me? Can you can you wiggle your fingers? Can you move your feet? Kind of thing. That's partially why she wanted to do it, is that like, okay, assessment of physical well-being.
He does seem to get startled every time he makes contact with any part of himself because, oh god, feeling everything through 7 layers of cotton, or not at all, for 5 years, everything is suddenly so much.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh, he has somebody who can help with that later.
Yeah, I think if Camille recognizes that, he probably would pause, like, you might actually want to take the sweater then. It can help with that.
I should be okay, shouldn't I?
Well, it's not a matter of whether or not you'll be okay. It's a matter of making existence slightly more bearable.
You shouldn't
Give
talk
yourself
as
time
much
to
as you
transition.
can.
Yes.
He will just kind of slump shoulders in defeat and just grabby hands for the sweater.
Juby will hand it over.
Alright, let me see.
It's probably too big on him, too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And the cycle continues. I think this would... I think we're very close to making this a gag. Let's see if Camille can pull out a bottle of water now. No!
Yeah. Man's gonna
Well,
pull out
now...
some, like, I don't know, snacks or something as well.
Fair. Camille pulls out what looks to be a set of pictures, for like the kind you get from a photo booth. He startles at that and quickly shoves it back into his hammer space.
Hmm.
Min would be able to recognize that because
Aw.
it contains a group of teens having a good time.
Yeah.
One of which is a redheaded half-toon, one of which is a bespectacled mouse toon, a cat toon in a hoodie, and an energetic hedgehog toon.
Yeah.
So
And the comet dying noises.
I guess we're pulling out all the sentimental shit. Okay, cool. He does finally pull out a bottle of water and hands it over. Just finally.
Man
You
probably
kind of
pulls
takes
out,
it,
like,
still giggling, and says, thank you. And he kind of blinks at it and is just, huh. I honestly didn't expect that to work here. Usually it doesn't. I was never able to bring anything in, but he will pop open the water and take a sippy.
Professor is curious, so he's gonna see if it's like just tunes or if he gets stuff out of his pockets too.
This is gonna be so funny. Tone will laugh at him.
It's
Alright.
time to offer him a gummy bear.
Can he get something from his pocket?
Roll Arcana.
Aw, okay. Oh, I know what. Yeah. Oh well. This is a no. Put in the right zone, please. Unfortunately, I think his Arcana is. Wait a second. That's lower than I thought it was.
That
It's a
isn't the
15.
player mood.
Yeah, unfortunately, Professor, you know a little bit too much about how magic works to be able to get this out of your pocket.
All right. He reaches for something and like reaches again and just like looks annoyed.
Afraid you're still
Yes.
not attuned, Professor.
And you kind of like points at that and is like, yeah, roughly like that. That's it. Usually you
Well, that
can't bring
seems-
stuff with you.
That seems
Tunes
inconvenient.
tend to break a lot of rules.
Logic does not apply.
Well, it helps when you don't realize there's rules to break.
Logic doesn't apply to us, and Chris was just like ready for full terrain of like, yes, actually, logic does apply to tunes. It's just not in the same way as with other races. And here are all of the list of all of the things, and here are all of the exceptions. And
I'm a firm believer in shit just happened because it does.
I need to find my dice for my boy. There they are.
Professor's just giving Yura a sort of like flat look of like, yup, us real kinds fucking get it.
You get a load of this,
Oh.
Tira.
That is
It's
a
a
nat
good thing
one on a
Camille
whiz
does it.
save. Gonna is already starting to get sleepy because of this place's effect on him again.
No.
And also
Oh,
because
right.
Comfy
Probably not
sweater.
helping.
Come on, let's get out of this room.
Yeah, I don't think letting him go back to sleep would be a good idea right now.
Nope.
Mm-hmm.
No.
I'm awake.
No.
I'm awake.
Not
Yes.
by
You
much,
gonna
Tira.
stay awake?
And there's a garden full of soporifics up there. It's not going to last long.
And he kind of blinks and squints up at those and is just like, I did not put those there.
No. I don't think he did.
I wonder who did.
Alright.
Stupid old man. And
Yeah.
he kind of points at the ceiling and glares and says, fuck you. I win. I'm not sleepy. I'm not sleepy.
Well, if you
Fine.
stay
No, you're-
awake, you can get something
skill
very
issue.
therapeutic. We have let's just say Crowley's been taken care of.
Good.
Mm.
I don't ever want to see his stupid face again.
You won't be
We all
seeing
got
him
in a
safe.
hit for him.
Professor's gonna offer his hand to help Yura up, and if he can't walk on his own, he's probably going to see if he can pick him up.
Aw.
Aw.
Okay, let me try and roll con. That is a +0.
Ooh,
And that's
Tom
a 2.
will let him because he is glad that Yura has dropped the other.
Has dropped the what?
Because Yura was making worried noises earlier, so Tom is not going to argue to Professor taking over.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's just, he's still worried, but he's too sleepy to focus on it.
Fair. For obvious reasons, Camille's not offering to help.
Lamau.
So that's a 2 on con.
Ugh.
Yura is
Ugh.
not standing right now.
okay, yeah. Nope,
Like, he
just gonna.
tries and immediately almost falls and is just like, ow, okay.
Ooh, that's
Oh,
alright, dear.
that feels weird.
Alright,
Yeah, Tom's definitely moving to help.
I've got you.
Easy.
Just gonna
I'm gonna
scoop him up.
Can I have... You go. You go.
Oh, I just said gonna scoop him up.
I thought
I'll
Candle
just-
was gonna say something.
I'm like, so, there was a third person.
Yeah, we'll work on your physical at a later point when we're in a less hostile environment.
This shouldn't even be working like this. I should be fine. I'm so sorry. He's whiny when he's sleepy and upset.
I love him so
You know-
much.
I'm gonna pat him on the head.
Well, I think there's a lot of things which make this a unusual situation, unfortunately.
But none of this is real.
Sucks to suck. Let's get out of the room and wake you back up before, obviously, you go back to sleep because you aren't built different like the rest of us. So, chop chop.
Jubilee.
Juvie, Yura just sticks his tongue out at you.
It's like, come on, prove me wrong. And is heading out of the room. I mean, if you want Yura to roll insight, you can.
I can absolutely have him roll insight.
Oh boy. Would it be just Yura, or?
Oh, the others can too if they want.
Oh, thank you. You know I love to. Oh,
Because I remember my boy's
That's-
insight modifier. 29, give me your secrets.
I'm letting everybody roll.
I think Professor's preoccupied.
Just an average roll for the boy. Just
Average roll.
ignore what the modifiers do. It's an average roll.
Yeah. I'm not having Juby roll because he's being a little obvious, but he's not trying to hide it. He is purposefully challenging Yura. In the way that, a friend who looks at you while you're playing video games and is like, hey, I bet you can't clear that jump. Bet you can't do it. It's the reverse psychology of, ooh, you can't do it.
Jubilee, you're going to make him try to walk on his own again, and we've established that doesn't work.
Okay, that does remind me, Tome probably would have casted enhance ability this time, but this time giving your endurance on constitution checks. Which also means he technically gains 2d6 temporary hit points, but that's not going to be of use.
Yeah.
I think just for the fun of it, I am going to have him try one more time, just because of that.
He's got advantage at least now.
Goodness. Just squirms out of the professor's grasp.
Yeah.
Nice.
He got a 14 on one of them. So he does just, like, he does actually manage to get himself on his own feet and just stumble after Jubilee like, I am going to push you down the stairs, so help me.
Yura,
I
please,
don't think you can catch me.
please, Jubilee.
He's walking backwards, just still taunting Yura.
It's not.
Jubilee, please not.
Professor's
Not right now.
going to.
You guys can tell too. This is not asshole behavior. He is doing this because, for one, complex emotions. He is handling this as best he can right now. And two, he's giving someone who has been stuck without agency, who has been trapped, a little bit of spite to help them get going again.
Tome understands that. He's just worried.
All right.
It's fine. Don't make him try and walk up the stairs.
Oh, he's not gonna make you walk up the stairs. It's just get out the room.
Yeah, Camille just walks over to match pace with Yura. I think you should kick him in the shins.
That's a lot more satisfying than trying to go up the stairs.
Yeah,
I
no.
absolutely should kick him in the shins.
I think you should.
Here, let me help.
If you
Can
fall
Tome
asleep,
roll the
you can't.
grapple?
Let's get out of here first.
Out of the room first.
Fine, let's
right.
get out of the room.
I think...
Professor
Sorry, go ahead.
would give him his arm to lean on if he needs to, but Yura gets to lead.
And he is still very much, like, wobbly, but he is petty and determined to show up, Juby.
He knows his potion, buddy.
But the minute you guys get out of the hallway, he kind of blinks as things go back to monochrome, and is just like, how much damage got done? Goodness. And he just sounds annoyed with it, and just raises his free hand, and just, to those of you who have seen Howl's Moving Castle, you know that one scene where he, like, waves a hand over it and the entire apartment or the entire house kind of changes itself in shape. It's that.
I understand that reference now.
It's that. He waves a hand and things start immediately trying to set themselves to rights, and it's just like, we have guests. This is ridiculous.
Why bother? We're leaving.
I don't like it.
All right.
Camille kind of just squints like, how? You still have control over this space then?
Well, yeah, it's made out of me.
Okay. Well, I mean, I guess that's fair. It just...
Most people aren't awake after they get saved. It's... If you're awake and aware of how this stuff works enough to... it's like lucid dreaming. You have to be awake and you have to put in a lot of effort to focus enough to change things. But you can do it. It just is exhausting. Fuck, I shouldn't have done that all so fast. And he just kind of looks very dizzy.
Okay,
wait.
that's enough.
Speaking of,
he just frowns and just says, I spent like 2 years fixing this place.
And you can fix it later if it really matters to you, but not now.
Mm-hmm. And speaking of, do you still think that we're not real?
I never thought that you weren't real. It's more... He kind of waves a hand loosely in the air. I know you're real. I just didn't think I'd get to meet you properly.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Oh?
I was watching
That
through
case?
the servant's eyes.
Mm-hmm.
in that case, Camille kind of pauses and holds a hand out to Yura to shake as he's just, Camille Christie, detective. It's nice to finally meet you properly.
Yuu blinks at that and smiles and says, and takes his hand to shake and says, Yuu Au'Dienz, no title. Pleased to meet you as well.
Don't worry about the title, that's the gag.
A what?
Gag, joke.
Oh.
Something tunes go through a lot.
He's a theater kid. He knows what gags are.
I was
Well,
explaining
yeah.
why it was important to Camille.
Yeah, I know what a gag is in a script, but you're people. People don't run on scripts.
Imagine
It's complicated.
I'll explain more to you later, okay? I've already explained it once to the servant. I can explain it again.
We had 2 whole things about roles and being imposed upon them and shit like that. I'm not going through it again.
I'm going to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Oh, I wasn't talking about you this time.
Yoda kind of
that's nice of you.
squints and just mumbles something that sounds suspiciously like, I feel like I may have made a social faux pas.
It's alright.
I don't.
You're fine.
They're
Don't
being
worry about
silly.
Mhm.
As a quick and dirty reference, a lot of tunes have certain gags which are attached to them because for a lot of us, it's like you can choose not to do it, but if you don't do it, then it feels really weird and wrong.
And that's why you introduce yourself like James Bond?
You
Who's that?
introduce yourself a certain way one too many times, and suddenly that's just how you have to do it.
Well, it is adorable, Camille.
It's very
I-
you.
I would hope so. It's my introduction. He does have a little bit of a smile on his face. That said, I have no idea who the heck James Bond is.
Well, he's Bond. James Bond.
I don't sound that
What?
stupid, do I?
Wait, I can...
He looks over.
Wait, can I please make a joke? Because it is a James Bond XP who does introduce himself with the same, like, bum, da-dum, tonal
Cadence.
intonation.
What?
There is a James Bond XP in Draft House who is known for being in movies, so could I roll a history to see if Tome would have seen those movies and makes the comparison?
Please
I thought you said he's
go
never
ahead.
seen an engineer movie.
He's never seen an engineer. He's not an engineer.
Oh.
Oh, fuck, I dropped my... Okay, that's, that would be... Let me see what that be. What's his history again? That'd be a 16. Avi! Can I make a funny?
Looks to the gallery.
I have to try to... What's his full name? I remember his first name. What's his full name?
Nick Tether.
Nick Tether? Tome...
Wait. Hang on.
Okay.
No.
Nope.
Is it not? Thought it was.
I think Nick Tether's the real name.
Hang on a second.
Okay.
James
James
Band.
Band. Okay.
Tome makes a face and kind of looks at Ira. Why are you talking like James Band?
Oh,
Awful.
Oh, I hate that. No.
What? Have none of you watched one of the movies? I find them quite
So
nice.
they are still movies here. That's even worse.
Home, do you think I have time to go see movies? Or the funds, really?
Okay, the funds would not have stopped you, let's be honest, Shubli.
Just sneak into the movie theater. I used to do it all the time.
I mean, yeah.
Aren't
I'm trying
encouraged.
to make a point.
Look, my family didn't have money, so my dad would just sneak us in through the back door.
Fair. Nice.
I don't really think that movie employees care.
Yeah.
Like, they're still showing the movie. It's not like they were gonna buy tickets otherwise.
Yeah.
Professor had just glanced at Tome like.
And
Tome
You gotta
is
argue with this
having a
kid?
moment.
Yoda just sleepily rubs his eyes, just like, yeah, Papa would sneak us in through the back door because he had friends who worked at the movie theater, and they didn't give a shit.
Nice.
Still,
is this
it's
the first time? Is this the first time I've heard about your family?
Oh.
Oh,
Yeah, you guys would know about my mama and Papa. Yeah, well, Papa's somewhere else, but Mama's back in my world. Back at home.
Earth.
Earth.
stay awake
Yeah.
first, Ira.
Hmm?
Stay awake.
I'm trying.
Come on. Can you tell me
Come
more
on.
about them?
Yeah. You talk to Mini-Me while we head up.
Mm-hmm.
He's very visibly having a hard time keeping his eyes open.
Fair. Are we...
Yeah, you guys have
Have-
gotten
Moving.
to the bottom of the stairs. And you're sort of in what's left of the living room.
Mm-hmm.
Yoda is very much just leaning on the professor at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Let's try and get out of here as quick as we can.
Yeah,
Mhm.
the
He's
door
gonna-
should be right over here.
Right. Aren't there's chains?
There are, in fact, still chains on the door. And Yoda frowned at those and is just like, hang on, I can probably get rid of them. And walks over.
Should you be doing that?
We gotta get out of here.
Does
I mean,
it need to be you?
Any of you have control over this place?
no, but some of us could probably fuck up the chain. Unless they're weird metaphors or something.
They're
Didn't
almost
you
certainly
say-
a metaphor.
Fuck.
Well,
Hmm.
let's take a look at the metaphors then.
Yeah, we're tunes. We can figure this out.
After
We're
this, I
mostly
think we all
tunes.
deserve a degree in literature. And I'm gonna roll... What should I roll?
You can roll insight.
Okay.
May I roll insight?
Go ahead.
I think we can all roll if we're checking, can't we?
Oh, Tome is distracted right now on, oh gosh, this disaster of a child.
I'm so sorry. You have the real Yoda. Even sleepy, he is a disaster bean.
Oh,
Tome is in such protection mode right now.
Good to know. He does not get the metaphor, he is sulking.
oh.
Prof got a nat 1.
Man.
Oh my.
Insight is not Crystal's strong suit.
Hey.
So
Oh no.
Minami and Camille are carrying the group. Got it.
I mean, 19's not bad.
Yeah, 19's really good.
I know, but they're above 20.
Fair.
So this kind of makes sense. With a 19, Tome, you kind of understand that, yeah, these are a symbol of you're not supposed to be leaving this place yet. This is the video game soft block
Of course, fucking Tome. This is the second time in canon he's had this happen. I need you to understand. This is the second time in canon he has had the universe literally blatantly tell him you're not supposed to go to this area yet. For fuck's sake.
It's too funny. It's too easy a joke.
Can't believe this.
Minami and Camille, you remember what was said by Crowley about how once you go down there, there's not going to be a way out because the body is dead. So you can assume that the fact that these are still here means that that hasn't been fixed yet.
Alright, so...
And that maybe it wouldn't be a good idea to let Yoda ruminate on that, because otherwise, I warn you, he will start panicking again. And we got rid of the person who could automatically make him stop.
That's fair. If we want, I have a bird who's immediately going on a tangent and grumbling and being dramatic if we need a distraction.
If it's about the chains, he might try and fix them. So...
Nah, he starts grumbling about time magic and not being allowed to use it. That's the thing.
Jubilee, you do not need to use time magic here.
No, it's fine. When other people get to do cool shit, it's all cool and fine. But when I, a warlock, get to do my cool thing, when I can move time and fuck around with it,
are you complaining about being a warlock to a warlock?
Sorry.
Oh, no, are we gonna call the time police? That's right, Professor, I'm not supposed to do that, because the time police will come get me.
It's...
time police?
No.
He said there's time police!
I didn't say there were time police, I said there was something like time police, and...
Therefore, time police.
Professor, you're a narc?
He is!
Professor's a narc?
No!
That's alright, Jubilee. He also told me that time travel didn't exist, so...
Professor, you're a narc and a liar?
Well, I believe...
Just look at him. He absolutely knows about time travel.
Come on!
I think Camille kind of in the background. Camille probably makes eye contact with Minami and just very quiet, just while everyone's distracted, signs. I guess we gotta give them a distraction.
That's probably why Tome's leaning so heavily into the bit.
Yeah.
Because Tome's like, we're not supposed to go here yet, and I don't know what we're supposed to do, and I trust the kids to figure that shit out.
Thankfully, being a stupid fuck is right up our alley.
I look at the change of heart
This
game.
place gets windows, and my theater didn't even have windows, and you're saying that we could have fucked around with that, and I could have done something cool with the theater, but no, I don't get to do anything cool. It's bullshit.
Jubilee, I say this with all the love in my heart. Having been there at your theater, I'm quite certain the only thing you would have done different is how much you would have been panicking.
It was cool the second time I went there.
Over still leaning on Professor, Yoda just rubs his eyes and mumbles something that sounds very suspiciously like skill issue.
Honestly, I love that Crystal just handed me smug. Oh, you didn't get Windows? Sucks to be you.
I think Minami's had Windows too, didn't it?
What?
Minami's did.
Yeah, they were all...
I also got Windows.
Yeah, Minami's were actually
Windows?
stained glass.
Yeah, they're part of the puzzle.
Yeah. They were pretty.
Yeah.
They were very beautiful, Minami.
I don't know how I feel about that.
Of course they were.
A couple
they were
of
made
I don't
her
know.
the same way this place is made of me. So she's pretty, so they would be pretty.
Exactly.
And that means that GB isn't good enough to have Windows.
Grand, good, thanks. Good to know that I am both the least favorite child and the least favorite of Inkspace.
You are not the. I don't have favorite children, Jubilee.
He points at Minami.
Camille also points at Minami.
Minnie is not my favorite child. I don't have favorite.
Hey, what was Hey, Minami, what does Tom call you
Hi.
again?
Cinnamon roll.
I call all of you my cinnamon roll.
No, you
No,
don't.
you called me little shit when we first met.
Mhm.
Okay, in my defense, when we first met, you were a little shit.
I was 6 years old.
You've gotten better. I've gotten better.
I think all 6-year-olds are legally required to be little shits, and I say this as someone who used to watch 6-year-olds.
Mm.
Oh.
See?
Yeah.
I
Big-
have
yeah.
taken care of that. I had problems back then.
And we're all very proud of you.
Thank you.
I'm
But-
glad you don't have problems. That's good.
You do have a favorite.
Professor. I heard that laugh.
Okay, so you don't have problems, but you do have a favorite child.
I don't have a favorite.
You
Doesn't have a favorite, right? Right?
I don't have a favorite, Minami. I don't have a favorite. I love all my children equally.
No, Minami, he
Okay.
has a favorite, and it's you.
I'm gonna roll something because I
Why?
fucking threatened this in V. I've threatened it before. I'm threatening it again.
Mhm.
That's a fucking nat 20. He is staying calm and strong, and he is not about to cry.
Oh.
Oh.
He got a
That's
fucking nat 20 on that wisdom. He is so strong and cool.
Yeah.
Insight
Camille
on
looks
Tome.
over.
Bro,
Mhm.
you don't need, I'm not gonna roll deception. You could tell this man is like wanting to cry over the idea that he has a fucking favorite.
Yeah,
Fiona
Camille
just
looks
does
so
frown at that and looks at the others and is just like, hey, maybe don't pick at that if it's gonna make people upset. That's not a nice thing to do.
They
Tom,
all looked
are
away from
these-
Juby for 2 seconds. He is now draped across a fainting couch and grumbling.
Oh my god.
When did that appear?
Don't question it. It's mine.
Okay.
You just carry one of those
Jubilee,
around with you?
Yes.
If you've got that in your hammer space, you and I are going to have words.
Don't worry
What?
about it. It's fine. It wasn't the size of a grand piano. It's fine.
Which,
What?
for the record, we still haven't been able to move out of the house.
Huh?
Why did
You think you're ever gonna get that out of the house?
Why did you have a
I think-
grand piano in your hammer space? What?
Because I'm
Jubilee.
built different. I stole it and I wanted it. It's mine.
It's very nice.
What?
Mhm.
Professor,
What? It is.
Mhm.
you're
mean,
encouraging him.
It
Uh-oh.
was a grand piano used for a concert made for like very rich people.
Oh,
Mhm.
well then that's fine. Stealing from the
I
rich
have
is
good
always
taste.
okay.
Oh,
No,
that
it
one.
isn't. Stealing from the rich is not okay. Am I the only one with rules here?
Kind of.
Oh, I have
have
rules.
rules.
I
I
will
just
back you
don't
up on
like
this.
rich people.
It
Rich people are dumb and
doesn't ap-
stupid.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Would it help if he was racist?
Yeah, he was.
Never mind. You
Hmm.
can steal from this one.
Yeah, he was
Mhm.
like really
Yes.
weird about real kind.
Just
What?
Ooh.
don't get caught.
Oh, I remember.
Obviously not. I mean, you lot. Do you honestly all forget that I am a professional thief here?
Yes.
You're
I
a
mean, really.
professional at anything?
Yes! Actually.
The
No,
way
no,
he had to fucking bite his cheek on that one.
I'm with you on this one.
I'm so sorry he has no filter right now. He will like pendulum swing between, hey,
Mhm.
maybe don't pick at that. That's not nice. And you have a job.
Yes.
The difference is
I have
one of
several
these
jobs,
is
thank
pain
you.
instinct.
Mhm. I have several. For one, professional thief on behalf of Moria's detective agency.
I
Oh,
still
yeah,
Also
you are an
informant as
informant.
part of that. Thirdly, musician. Thank you very much.
That
That is
is
at
true.
least 3 jobs.
I should note that Jubilee does not normally play the piano, much less the grand piano.
I can.
Juvie, why
can.
would
Huh.
you steal an instrument you can't? Wait, no, racist rich fuckwit. Never mind. Carry on.
And also I can play the piano. I could play the piano before I stole it.
I never said you couldn't play the piano. I'm just saying that it's not your instrument of choice.
Yeah, because I can't drag a grand piano everywhere. I mean, I
Look,
could, but I'm pretty
But if
sure
you didn't
Crystal
have a
would
skill
eat me.
issue.
Yes, quite.
Oh, what was your
Just get a fucking keyboard.
What was your favorite instrument, Yura? I know you can play flute.
Oh, I can play flute, but my favorite is... Well, there's a lot of good ones. I really like guitars. Guitars are nice. They have a nice warm sound.
Oh.
I could
Victory! Validation!
And there he goes. Oh, we're gonna have that ego fed for a while at least.
Well, someone's gotta. You just kind of... he yawns again.
Stay awake on me.
I'm awake. I'm awake.
Are you any good at it? Playing guitar?
Oh, fuck no, I can't play that. He kind of just shakes his head and says, I learned to play instruments by copying other people. Do you know how hard it is to find a good reference for how to play guitar? I can't
I
read
almost said
sheet
yes,
music.
but that was Kimmy kicking in.
There's easier ways to learn, isn't there?
I
mean,
can't
I taught
read
myself.
sheet music. I'm bad at it.
I mean, we could help you with that.
Always good time to start learning something new.
Maybe. No. I learned to play instruments the same way I learned to sing, which is just you do what other people do. You learn what makes what sound, and then you make the sound happen, and then you make the sounds happen in order.
I feel like there's a little
That's
more
one way
to
to
it
learn.
than that, but
No, not
That's how you
necessarily.
get the basics.
I mean,
Camille
crosses his heart.
You don't have to know how to read music to be a musician. Believe me, I've known plenty of people who have been self-taught and only learned by ear ever.
I'm not
Camille's
saying
talking
that.
about
I'm
himself.
just saying
I'm
that
not talking about myself.
It can
thank you.
help.
I'm just saying that there are other things that go into it besides just knowing how to make the right noises. For example, rhythm.
Well,
And
yeah.
I think Jubilee would probably know what Camille's getting at.
He's not.
Camille-
He's
he will
not
only-
gonna fire that. He's not. He does spare Camille a look, but he's not gonna this time.
Yeah,
He's riding the high of having guitar validated.
yeah, let me roll. Okay.
Well, he's just basically like, you get to pass this once.
Okay, yeah, he does have a slight embarrassed flush to his face as he explains.
He gets a little pat.
You does not notice this and is just nodding in agreement, like, yeah, that part is also important. That's also important for stage choreography.
It's important
Yeah.
for a lot of things.
And remind me, Yura is leaning on the professor right now?
To my knowledge.
Professor, roll perception.
Absolutely. You gotta be kidding me. 6.
Oh, he's
Yeah, that
going
doesn't-
through it.
Damn.
That doesn't get
Yeah.
it. Sorry.
No, that's fine.
Can I use Tome's passive perception?
You can't invoke it.
You do have an inspiration point.
Oh, that is
You do.
true.
So do I.
No, I'm saying I was agreeing like you. That is true, as into like
Yes.
Yeah.
Professor has one, not
Yeah.
regarding Tomes.
All right.
Use it,
Yeah.
oatmeal.
Yes. You gotta be kidding me.
Inspiration is an automatic nat 20, beloved.
Yeah, it's an automatic nat 20.
Oh, all right.
So, Professor, you can feel it. With you hanging on your arm like this, you can feel it when, his pulse starts up again. It's kind of this unsettling thing of realizing this whole time there hasn't been a heartbeat. And now there is.
He's just going to hold him a little closer.
You
Give him kind of a side hug.
Yoda kind of blinks and startles. Yes. Question. Answer.
Would that have affected your rhythm? In that, would you have not had a rhythm while he was, while he didn't have the pulse?
Yes, actually. So that would have affected his rhythm. Camille, you hear something join the kind of music that comes from everybody bouncing off of one another in this space. You hear a new piece added to it of a few soft notes on electric guitar.
Guitar now.
Guitar 2.
Mhm.
And Yoda just blinks and looks down at his hand and like puts his fingers against his own wrist and is like, "Oh, I did not." Funny what you don't notice is missing.
Well, it's
You all right?
you good?
Need to sit down?
I think we should probably, and that's when the chains on the door snap and the doors swing open.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
that's a solution.
Okay.
All right.
That's perfect then. Julie, put your fainting couch away. We should get going.
I guess.
Knock it up.
Well, we'll leave it here. You can if you want.
Well,
No.
I kind of want to see if he can get it back into his hammer space.
I don't think he can.
Guess I can.
Okay, but now you're
Nah.
giving him the power of spite.
The fuck would he
Also,
have to
it would
roll
be
to
quite
do this?
funny if he
Roll
failed.
dex.
Just straight dex. Fair
Just
enough.
straight dex. Or actually no, roll straight strength.
Oh god. You do this to him?
A
I
targeted
bully him.
attack.
Oh god. Oh, fuck.
You try, you fail.
Oh,
He tries and then it is the usual effect does not happen. There's probably a wince as he notices that nope, didn't work.
For the sake of funny, can I have Tome try to pick it up
You would have to roll the same strength check, but go ahead.
and use my inspiration point?
oh my gosh!
You know what? That is the funniest goddamn thing. Yes.
Tome just walks over and casually picks it up and just like wraps his coat around it and it's gone.
Just deep breath out. Well, that
Listen.
works.
I don't need Tome to
Fine.
use his inspiration point on a heavy moment. Cause this is fucking hilarious.
I think Yoda does
Fine.
start applauding at that, just like, your coat ate a couch.
That it did.
That's so ridiculous.
Aww.
Tome's heart is fucking melting.
Yeah.
And I will note, like, the more it is an effect that kind of flickers around. Whenever Yoda is more like positive and more happy, the marks that are all over him in that colorful paint fade more to that bright tealy green, whereas when he's upset, they fade to purple and then to black.
Aww.
They are all very bright tealy green right now.
I am literally like emotionally wet.
I love him so much.
And shake.
Well, Timma,
All right,
use
dear.
this, sweetie.
We've got a bit of ways to go yet. You all right? Still holding yourself up, or do you want a lift?
He kind of looks a little bit embarrassed and says, I wouldn't mind a lift at this point. I am very tired.
No, right.
Yeah.
He'll lift him up, and they'll walk out of the living area to the bottom of ink space.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no. I will
No?
remind you guys of how ink space works.
Oh,
There
yeah.
is a moment where everything goes white. And then you are all back in that flower field, surrounded by the glass impressions of where flowers used to be.
Oh.
Thanks, stars. I wasn't looking forward to those stars.
Same.
And the
Oh, which
moment,
reminds me.
uh, the moment that Camille's blinking back to awareness, he is going to go over to check on Yura. So
And
he
Yeah,
continues back.
Crystal's fetched some of the lemonade out of her pocket, out of her hammer space I just rolled.
and that's kind of where I do a little bit of additional scene setting, because where Yura fell at the end of the blot fight, there is a break in the bright white of all of the outlines of the plants around, because there is a ring of bright red flowers. And sort of in the middle of it is Yura, but it's kind of hard to tell visually at first because he is bundled up in a heavy cloak made of an iridescent, sort of pearly, silky material that completely covers his body and has the hood pulled up over his head.
So Professor not carrying anything.
Yeah.
All right.
And up above, in the sort of branches of the tree that got all of its stuffness yoinked, there is
Yoink.
a glowing bright orange ribbon tied to one of the lowest branches.
Well, Camille can't reach that. How would anyone stop him if he went to check on the neck situation?
I don't think
Yeah,
so.
to be fair,
Usually.
I think Crystal wants to roll a medicine on you.
Mm-hmm.
I think Professor would just urge him to be gentle and go along.
He would very much be gentle and hesitant as he would check. That or he lets Crystal check, because Crystal is the doctor here.
Mm-hmm.
She
Yeah.
may not have her
And-
license, but she is like the closest thing to an actual doctor here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I am tired of the dice being bullying me because that was a 2, so I'm going to use my inspiration point for this.
Okay. Fair enough. So, Crystal, you go over to check on Yura. And, he's very thoroughly fucking unconscious. Like, you are not going to be getting this boy awake anytime soon. But first things first, he does in fact still have his head.
That's good.
That's
Thank
good.
God.
You can...
Camille does have a little sigh of relief upon seeing that, because you know his ass is peeking over Crystal's shoulder right now.
You can see the seam where the neck was split. And the reason you can see that seam is because it has been reclosed with what look like stitches made out of that same strange, glowy, pearly stuff that the cloak is made out of. And using that, you can put together that this cloak is being used to repair the damage that the blot did to Yora's body. Because if you try and move it aside, it's kind of like, this is going to be the grossest metaphor I could probably think of. Or analogy I could possibly think of, but I'm sorry, it's the only one I can really think that fits. Have you ever tried peeling the skin off a chicken?
Unfortunately, yes.
It's a bit
Like
like
a-
that.
Culinary school be like that.
Oh, you mean like a like a chicken you're gonna cook.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Where you can definitely tell it's possible to move it away, but like it wants to stay where it is.
Or
Mm-hmm.
George.
Don't move it. Leave
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
And you can see kind of the stretch of more of those threads as you try and pull some of the cloak away, as they are very clearly adhered to something underneath.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I think there's like mostly just a little bit of like gentle tugs to make sure that it's not like stuck. I guess in like the same way that like in a bad way, like how clothing can stick to burns or things like that. But if it's like able to work out, no, this is healing him, then she won't try and push it any further.
Mm-hmm. And the other thing you notice getting as close as you do is that there is one more thing that has been sort of added to Yu's design, which is that he is wearing a sort of masquerade-style mask, which I will be posting a picture of in chat, if I can find it. Here it is.
Holds you.
Oh shoot.
So real for that.
Oh, pretty.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh.
Ooh.
And given that you got a 30 on that medicine check, you can probably put together, Crystal, that this is what Dyer meant by she has a way to fix this. Because you remember, she was also wearing a cloak of some sort and a very similar masquerade-styled mask.
She's not anywhere near, is she?
No, the only sign of her is that bright orange ribbon that's is left in the tree, and is the same color as her magic.
Yeah. Hold on.
He's
Good?
okay. Just don't move the mask and the cloak for now.
Understood.
Got it. I guess we should take him back to my place.
That would work.
He should be fine to move.
We've kind of been set up to help people recover for a while now.
Yeah, and he won't be alone there for sure.
Yeah.
Small pause.
Small pause.
Small pause. So while you're on pause, I do really love how you do descriptions, Gail.
Handshake.
Mm-hmm.
Even with my
Yes, so
shitty
good.
chicken metaphors?
Even with the
Even
shitty.
with the shitty chicken metaphor, yes.
It's great.
Sorry, but the only reason my question was asked was because my country asked was like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
Preparing food to eat.
I was so terrified because like I have never
Mm-mm.
seen a single person in the country fucking do that. What the fuck are
Mm-mm.
you talking about?
Mm-mm.
We're
I was like,
talking about food, my dear.
Mm-hmm.
I was so fucking confused and concerned.
Mm-mm.
Oh yeah, I think Professor would ask Jubilee to fetch the ribbon because he thinks that Yura would probably want it.
Yeah.
Well, it's
Juvie
not
who-
for him.
Oh?
Mm.
Who here is good at magic?
Looks at
Raised
Crystal.
his hand.
Yeah.
Raise his hand as well.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone who wants to can roll Arcana, I think.
Alright.
I'll give it a go.
I can roll it. Tone's probably not going to get it. Yep.
Finally, decent-ish.
Hold on. Arcana.
this makes sense, Juby has not gotten up from where he has sat up after waking.
Mhm.
Oh,
His ass
14.
has not stood up.
Oh.
Would Crystal would Crystal or Mimi like a guidance to add to that or something? Because I feel
Yeah.
I got a
Yeah.
24, but yeah, I'll take a guidance.
you both get back pats from Camille at some point during figuring all this out.
Thank you.
Oh my god.
11.
Uh,
Okay.
so another roll?
Guidance is not another roll. It's add a D4 to what you
Okay, D4.
rolled. Yes.
Mhm.
Oh, sorry.
Nah, you're good. I think that works out
Sweet.
better for you.
Okay, 14 plus D4.
Yes.
So 16.
I'll make it 16.
16.
We'll go with Crystal being the one to figure it out, because that's
Yeah.
a 28. Crystal, that is the result of someone casting the spell Encode Thoughts.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, just that's Encode Thoughts.
Oh.
Someone should grab that, just be prepared.
Tome can try and reach for it.
It is
Feel
on a
is too
fairly
short.
low-hanging branch. Tome or the Professor or Jubilee could get it pretty easy.
Yeah, Camille just clicks a pen to transcribe.
All right, Tome, you handed me a fucking nat 20 on your con, so I guess you're fucking doing fine. Fuck you.
Mhm.
He'll probably go and reach for it if nobody will stop him.
Mhm.
Mhm.
What do I need to roll for it, if anything?
You don't need to roll for it.
Oh, thank fuck.
And I am kind of bending the rules of how the spell itself works, because I don't think any of you guys have this spell.
Mm-mm.
Mm-mm.
And technically you're supposed to be using the spell to read the thought strand as well, but also fuck you. I thought this was a cute way to have the message be sent.
It is, so. And you're the DM, so.
And I'm the DM, and this is my city, and I do what I want.
Correct.
Exactly.
Also, powerful magic can bend the rules.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And it is probably for the best that Tome is the one who picks this one up, because Tome is an adult.
Mm.
Oh boy.
It's nothing brutal, but you kind of see from afar the moment when Dyer gave up her cloak and her mask to put Yoda back together. And you get a sort of sense, a sequence of thoughts of, I'm leaving him in your care now. I trust that you are good people. He has good taste. But if you ever hurt him, I will bring fire on your house.
You'll never have to worry about that.
Tome kind of just smiles softly at that as he holds the ribbon. Yeah, he's fucking made up his mind. Thank fuck.
Mhm.
He's been made up his mind. I'm sorry.
Well, he hasn't been telling me yet. I've been in
It's been
denial.
obvious. I'm sorry. He's already used the family word.
Mhm.
Well, see, here's the thing. He wasn't handing me, until now, at least, an official role.
Mhm.
Like he was rotating it, but he wasn't sure. He was like, "Okay, Yura's our family," but he was like, "There's a good chance I'm like Yura's uncle." Yeah. No, fuck me. I guess in particular. Fuck me, Spec, for you know, I wanted
I'm sorry,
it, but
dearest,
fuck
that
me.
still counts as like
Still
uncling him
counts.
still counts as adoption.
Mhm.
Yeah, I know. It's just
Yeah.
funny because I Spec wanted this, and I was like, I can't influence Tome too much. And then Tome just came across like, fuck you.
Mhm.
Tome
my
just
own
walks
volition,
in
we're
with a
adopting this one.
Starbucks like, fuck you, this is mine now.
Imagine not being adopted by Tome.
Tome will see a child in AI and go, is anyone going to adopt this kid, and not wait for a fucking answer?
Yeah, good for him.
Yeah.
I'm also making the joke that Crystal is the only one here not adopted by Tone. I think that's funny.
You don't tempt me, Candle. I've thought about it some days. He's thought about it some days. I'm in hell.
As a
Professor-
DM, may I interject here?
Yes, please.
Yes.
There's also just general information that is included in the thought strand of, like, you know, roughly what the usage of the cloak and the mask is, which is that's not just clothing, that is a full part of Yora's body now. Maybe don't take those off. That would be bad.
Yeah.
And basically a note of, like, the magic will mostly do the fixing itself, but make sure he's somewhere safe and can get plenty of rest and preferably doesn't wake up alone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
As if they're gonna let him wake up alone.
Professor's just gonna like knock on Tome's leg, like, well.
Oh, just make sure we take care of Yura and don't remove the cloak and mask. That is part of Yura now. And just keep an eye on him, make sure he's not alone. You know, take care.
Anything else? That's not a lot of detail for how long you were staring into space.
I was having a moment, but
Camille
Tome
raises
would-
an eyebrow.
Tome will convey everything, and his face is a little flushed because Tome voice, I'm not admitting how quickly I've adopted a kid. I'm not admitting how quickly I've adopted a kid. I'm not, one change of heart does not mean I start adopting kids. Nope.
Professor is going to gather Yura.
He is very,
And-
very light.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And just turn to the others and, well, we've got a bit of a walk. Let's go.
Right.
There's a nod. I will say, when Tome does get down, he will kind of like go up near to like Juvie, Camille, and me, and just very softly under his breath go, "You may have another brother soon."
That's
Okay.
what I thought you'd say.
Like, we weren't. Like, Leo and I to have a bet about this.
You had a what?
And
Yeah,
I
they
think
had a
that's a
bet.
perfect place to cut it. Unless anyone has anything else to add, I think that's a perfect place to cut.
I'm good.
Yeah.
Just a small note. As they're walking back, Professor would just be humming and maybe occasionally singing some lullabies for you, Yura.
Only thing I have to add is Crystal's like, right, I'm gonna probably need to ask to stay over tonight because
Yeah.
she's not going back.
Camille's just, I'm very glad that the house can have as much space as we need.
Oh my goodness, I love this party so much. This was so
Can't
fun.
say.
Oh my god,
Thank
it is
you.
finished. We have done it.
Yes,
We did
You're
it!
free.
thank you so much for
We
running
freed
this.
the boy
Cool.
from the goop.
Thank you.
Only
Cool.
fluff for your boy now,
Mhm.
at least for a couple of months.
Thank you all so much for playing. Audience, thank you so much for listening. Thank you anyone who has listened to or played in the Overblot Incidents series. Holy shit, I'm going to be riding this high for like a month.
As
Hell
you
yeah.
should.
Yeah.
Aw.
I love you all dearly. I have so much time off this week, so I will be grabbing people for FPSs. That is a threat.
Yes.
I look at you so politely.
I already have an idea for an FPS with you, so you're probably gonna be the first one I grab. Anyway,
Okay.
Anyways,
everybody say goodbye to our listeners. Bye-bye, listeners.
Bye-bye.
I almost forgot my